Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Pygmalion and Galatea, a tale of art and love. In the heart of the sun-kissed island of Cyprus, where the Mediterranean Sea lapped gently against rocky shores and the air carried the scent of wild thyme and salt, there lived a man named Pygmalion. He was no ordinary man, but a sculptor whose talent seemed almost divine. His hands could coax life from the hardest stone and the smoothest ivory, shaping figures so exquisite that they appeared ready to step off their pedestals and breathe the island air. Across Cyprus, his name was spoken with reverence, his works admired in temples and homes alike. Yet, for all his skill and fame, Pygmalion's heart remained a quiet, untouched place, a sanctuary he guarded fiercely against the world. The women of Cyprus were beautiful, their dark eyes sparkling like the sea at dusk, their laughter ringing through the marketplaces like music. But to Pygmalion, they were flawed. He saw beyond their graceful forms and flowing hair, noticing instead their petty vanities, their fleeting tempers, or their shallow desires. In his mind, true beauty was more than skin deep. It was a harmony of spirit, a purity of soul that he could not find among the living. Disenchanted, he turned away from love, swearing to himself that he would never let his heart be swayed by an imperfect being. Instead, he poured his passion into his art, letting his chisel speak the words his lips would not. One evening, as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Pygmalion sat alone in his workshop. The room was a sanctuary of creation, filled with half-finished statues, scattered tools, and the faint dust of carved stone. A soft breeze slipped through the open window, carrying the distant sound of waves, and with it came a spark of inspiration. If the world could not offer him a woman worthy of his ideals, he thought, then perhaps he could create her himself. The idea took root in his mind, growing with every beat of his heart until it consumed him. He would sculpt a woman, a vision of perfection, a companion born not of flesh, but of his own hands and dreams. With newfound purpose, Pygmalion selected a block of ivory, its surface gleaming like moonlight captured in solid form. It was the finest material he had ever owned, saved for a moment such as this. He ran his fingers over its smooth texture, imagining the figure that lay hidden within. Then, with a steady hand and a racing heart, he began to carve. Days blurred into nights as he worked, the world outside his workshop fading away. The rhythmic tap of his chisel against ivory became his heartbeat, each stroke a whisper of his longing. He shaped her with meticulous care, her slender arms, her delicate fingers, the gentle curve of her waist. Her face emerged slowly, a serene masterpiece with closed eyes that seemed to dream, high cheekbones that caught the light, and lips parted ever so slightly, as if on the verge of a sigh. Her hair flowed in waves, etched with such detail that one could almost feel its softness. When at last he stepped back, exhausted yet exhilarated, he beheld a figure so lifelike that she seemed to glow with an inner radiance. He named her Galatea, a name meaning milk-white, a tribute to the ivory that formed her. Standing before her, Pygmalion felt a surge of pride, and something more. His chest tightened with an emotion he could not name, a warmth that spread through him as he gazed into her still, perfect face. She was more than a statue. She was the woman he had always dreamed of, the embodiment of every virtue and grace he had sought in vain among the living. In the days that followed, Pygmalion found himself drawn to Galatea in ways he hadn't anticipated. He draped her in silks dyed the colors of the sea and sky, fastening them with golden clasps. He adorned her neck with necklaces of polished shells, and her wrists with bracelets of amber, gifts he would have offered a queen. He spoke to her as he worked, his voice soft and confiding, sharing the thoughts he had kept locked within for so long. Galatea, he murmured one evening, tracing the curve of her cheek with his fingertip. If only you could hear me. If only you could see the world as I do. At night, he sat beside her, the flickering light of an oil lamp casting shadows across her flawless form. He imagined her eyes opening, her lips moving to speak his name. He pictured her stepping down from her pedestal, her hand warm in his. It was a foolish dream, he knew, a sculptor's fantasy born of too many solitary hours. Yet, with each passing day, his admiration deepened into something stronger, something he could no longer deny. He was falling in love with Galatea, a woman of ivory who could never love him back. Cyprus was a land blessed by Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, whose presence was said to linger in the island's blooming roses and shimmering waves. Every year, the people honored her with a festival, a celebration of music, dance, and offerings at her grand temple perched atop a cliff overlooking the sea. Pygmalion had never been one for such festivities. He preferred the quiet of his workshop to the clamor of crowds, the company of his statues to the chatter of mortals. But as his love for Galatea grew, so too did a restless ache in his soul, a longing he could neither silence nor satisfy. On the morning of the festival, Pygmalion made a decision. Perhaps it was the weight of his solitude, or the faint hope that the goddess who ruled over love might hear his plea. He gathered a garland of wildflowers, roses and myrtle, sacred to Aphrodite, and carved a small dove from a piece of cedar, its wings outstretched as if ready to soar. With these offerings in hand, he joined the procession winding its way to the temple. The temple was a sight to behold, its marble columns carved with scenes of lovers entwined and mythical beings dancing in eternal joy. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense, and the altar overflowed with gifts, golden jewelry, ripe fruits, and woven tapestries. Pygmalion stepped forward, his heart pounding as he placed his garland and dove at the feet of Aphrodite's statue. The goddess towered above him, her stone face serene yet commanding, her eyes seeming to pierce through to his very soul. He knelt, his hands clasped tightly, and whispered a prayer he had rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind. Great Aphrodite, goddess of love, I have never sought your favor before, but now I come to you with a heart laid bare. I have crafted a woman of ivory, Galatea, more beautiful than any who walk this earth. I love her with all that I am, Though she cannot love me in return, if it is within your power, breathe life into her. Let her be my companion, my joy. I ask for nothing else." He spoke the words silently, his lips barely moving, afraid that others might overhear and mock his desperation. Yet in his heart, he poured out every ounce of his yearning, every hope he had dared to nurture. As he rose, a gentle wind stirred through the temple, rustling the garlands and carrying the faint perfume of roses. Pygmalion's breath caught. Was it a sign? A whisper from the goddess herself? He couldn't be sure, but as he left the temple and descended the cliffside path, his steps felt lighter, his spirit buoyed by a fragile thread of hope. Pygmalion returned to his workshop, the echoes of his prayer still lingering in his mind. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the room in a soft, dusky light. Galatea stood as she always had, silent, serene, her ivory form glowing faintly in the dimness. Yet something felt different. The air seemed charged, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. Pygmalion approached her slowly, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and trepidation. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek. The ivory was cool to the touch, just as it had always been. Disappointment washed over him, and he let out a shaky breath. Perhaps his prayer had been in vain. Perhaps the gods did not meddle in the affairs of lonely sculptors. But then, something extraordinary happened. A soft warmth began to spread beneath his fingertips, like the first rays of dawn, chasing away the night's chill. Pygmalion's eyes widened as he watched, scarcely daring to believe. The ivory softened, its rigid surface yielding to a supple, living texture. Color bloomed across Galatea's cheeks, a delicate blush of life. Her closed eyelids fluttered, and with a gentle sigh, she opened her eyes. They were the color of the sea at dawn, deep blue with flecks of green, and they gazed at him with a mixture of wonder and recognition. "Pygmalion," she whispered, her voice as soft as the breeze that had stirred in the temple. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. "Galatea? Is it truly you?" She stepped down from her pedestal, her movements graceful and fluid. "Yes, it is I. The goddess has heard your prayer and granted me life." Pygmalion fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Aphrodite," he murmured, his voice choked with emotion. Then, rising, he took Galatea's hands in his. They were warm, alive, and as real as his own. "I have dreamed of this moment," he said, his eyes never leaving hers. "But I never dared to believe it could come true." Galatea smiled, a radiant expression that lit up the room. "I have heard your voice, felt your touch, even when I was but stone. Your love has brought me to life, Pygmalion." In that instant, the workshop transformed from a place of solitude to one of boundless joy. Pygmalion showed Galatea the world she had only glimpsed through his stories. The vibrant flowers in the garden, the endless expanse of the sea, the bustling marketplace where people laughed and traded. She marveled at everything, her curiosity insatiable, her laughter like music to his ears. As days turned into weeks, Pygmalion and Galatea's bond deepened. They spent their mornings wandering the cliffs, their afternoons in the workshop where Pygmalion taught her the art of sculpting, and their evenings under the stars, sharing dreams and secrets. Galatea, though new to the world, possessed a wisdom and grace that matched her beauty. She saw the good in people, even when Pygmalion's cynicism crept in, and she taught him to look beyond his preconceptions. But their happiness was not without challenges. The people of Cyprus, though initially awed by the miracle, began to whisper. Some claimed that Galatea was not truly human, that she was a mere imitation of life, a puppet controlled by the gods. Others envied Pygmalion's fortune, questioning why he, a man who had shunned love, should be granted such a gift. One afternoon, as they walked through the marketplace, a group of young men approached, their expressions mocking. "So this is the famous Galatea," one sneered. "Tell me, does she bleed if you prick her? Or does she shatter like the statue she is?" Pygmalion's fists clenched, but Galatea placed a calming hand on his arm. "I am as real as you," she said softly, her voice steady. "I feel joy, sorrow, love, and pain, just as you do." The man scoffed, but something in her gaze, perhaps the sincerity, perhaps the quiet strength, silenced him. He turned away, muttering under his breath, and the crowd dispersed. Pygmalion looked at her with admiration. "You handled that with such grace. I would have lost my temper." Galatea smiled gently. "Anger only breeds more anger. Besides, I have nothing to prove. I know who I am, and so do you." Despite the occasional whispers, Pygmalion and Galatea's love flourished. They decided to marry, not in a grand ceremony, but in a quiet ritual at Aphrodite's temple, where their journey had begun. On the day of their wedding, the temple was adorned with garlands of roses and myrtle, and the air hummed with the songs of doves. As they stood before the altar, hand in hand, Pygmalion felt a presence, a warm, benevolent energy that enveloped them both. He glanced up at the statue of Aphrodite and saw for just a moment her stone lips curve into a smile. A soft voice echoed in his mind. "You have loved truly, Pygmalion, and in doing so, you have learned the value of imperfection. Cherish her, and let your love be a testament to the world." Tears welled in his eyes as he turned to Galatea. "I will," he whispered, both to the goddess and to his bride. They exchanged vows, simple yet profound, promising to honor and protect each other for all their days. When they kissed, the temple seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, sealing their union with divine approval. Pygmalion and Galatea returned to their home, no longer just a workshop, but a place of shared dreams. Galatea took to sculpting with a natural talent, her creations rivaling even Pygmalion's. Together, they crafted works that captured not only beauty, but the essence of life itself: joy, sorrow, love, and hope. Their story spread across Cyprus and beyond, becoming a legend that inspired poets, artists, and lovers for generations. People traveled from distant lands to see the couple whose love had transcended the boundaries of art and reality. But for Pygmalion and Galatea, the greatest joy was not in the fame, but in the quiet moments, the laughter shared over a meal, the comfort of each other's embrace, the simple pleasure of watching the sunset together. Years passed, and though time etched lines on their faces and silvered their hair, their love remained as vibrant as ever. They grew old together, their bond unbreakable, their hearts forever young. On a warm summer evening, as they sat on the cliffs overlooking the sea, Galatea rested her head on Pygmalion's shoulder. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked softly. "Creating me, I mean, bringing me into this world." Pygmalion shook his head, his arm tightening around her. Never. You are the best part of my life, Galatea. You taught me that perfection isn't in flawlessness, but in the beauty of being human, of loving and being loved. She smiled, her eyes reflecting the fading light. And you taught me what it means to live, to feel, to be part of something greater than myself. They sat in companionable silence, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. In that moment, they knew that their love would endure, not just in the statues they had carved or the stories told about them, but in the very fabric of the world, a testament to the power of art, faith, and the human heart. Years had passed since Galatea stepped down from her pedestal, her ivory form transformed into warm flesh by the grace of Aphrodite. Pygmalion and Galatea had built a life together on the island of Cyprus, a life woven with love, laughter, and the quiet rhythm of creation. Their home, once a solitary sculptor's workshop, had become a haven of art. Together, they crafted statues that seemed to breathe, figures of lovers, dreamers, and wanderers, each one infused with a spark of the magic that had united them. Their fame spread beyond the shores of Cyprus, drawing visitors from distant lands to marvel at their work. But beneath the surface of their idyllic existence, an undercurrent began to stir. One crisp morning, as the sun climbed over the horizon and bathed the workshop in golden light, Pygmalion and Galatea were at work. He chiseled away at a block of marble, shaping the rough edges into the form of a dancer, while she sat nearby, delicately carving intricate patterns into a smaller piece of stone. The air was filled with the soft tap of tools and the occasional murmur of encouragement between them. It was a scene of perfect harmony until the door creaked open and a shadow fell across the floor. A tall man stepped inside, his presence commanding attention. He wore a dark cloak that billowed slightly as he moved, and his eyes were sharp and cold, like the edge of a blade. "I am Crichton," he announced, his voice deep and resonant, carrying an air of authority. "I've traveled from Athens, a city that reveres the pursuit of perfect beauty. I've heard tales of a woman born from ivory, brought to life by divine will, and I've come to see her for myself." Pygmalion paused, his chisel hovering over the stone. A flicker of unease tightened his chest. He set his tools down and faced the stranger, his tone firm. "Galatea isn't some curiosity to be gawked at. She's my wife, a living person, not a spectacle." Crichton's lips curled into a thin, humorless smile. His gaze shifted to Galatea, who met his stare with calm resolve, her hands still resting on her work. "A person, you say?" he replied, his words dripping with skepticism. "But I wonder, can something born from stone truly understand the depths of human experience? I propose a challenge to test her." Galatea rose to her feet, brushing the dust from her hands. Her voice was steady, carrying a quiet strength. "If you wish to test my skill, I'll accept. But if you doubt my heart, no challenge can prove it to you. Only the life I've lived can do that." Crichton tilted his head, intrigued by her response. "Very well," he said. "I'll remain in Cyprus for 1 month. During that time, I expect you both to create a statue unlike anything you've ever made, a work that captures the essence of true life. If it fails to convince me, I'll declare to the world that Galatea is nothing more than a divine illusion, a hollow shell." Pygmalion opened his mouth to protest, his protective instincts flaring, but Galatea placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, silencing him with a subtle shake of her head. "We'll take your challenge," she said, her tone soft yet resolute. "Not to prove anything to you, but for ourselves." Crichton nodded, his expression unreadable, and turned to leave. "1 month," he repeated, his voice echoing as he disappeared through the doorway. Pygmalion turned to Galatea, his brow furrowed with worry. "Why did you agree to this? We don't need to justify our lives to some arrogant stranger." She smiled, her eyes warm and reassuring. "Because I believe in us, Pygmalion. Our love, our art, it's stronger than his doubts. Let's show him what we're capable of, together." Though unease lingered in his heart, Pygmalion couldn't deny the fire in her words. He took her hand, squeezing it gently. "All right," he said. "Together." The days following Crichton's challenge were a blur of determination and dust. Pygmalion and Galatea threw themselves into their work with a fervor that eclipsed even their earliest days together. They chose a massive slab of pure, white marble, its surface shimmering like a frozen sea under the workshop's lamplight. It was the largest piece they had ever tackled, a canvas worthy of their greatest endeavor. Their vision was bold, a statue that would not just dazzle the eye, but tell a story of love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond between two souls. They worked side by side, their movements synchronized like a dance honed by years of partnership. Pygmalion's experienced hands carved the broad strokes, sweeping curves and strong lines that gave the figures form. Galatea, with her delicate touch, breathed life into the details, the faint tremble of a lip, the tender clasp of hands, the wistful tilt of a head. They spoke little, yet their silence was alive with understanding. Each glance, each brush of their fingers, as they passed tools, carried the weight of their shared purpose. The statue began to take shape. 2 figures, a man and a woman, standing face to face. Their hands were entwined, their gazes locked in an eternal moment of connection. Joy tempered by sorrow, hope shadowed by farewell. It was a reflection of their own journey, a mirror of the love that had defied the boundaries of stone and flesh. Crichton appeared from time to time, his dark cloak a stark contrast to the workshop's light. He watched in silence, his piercing eyes tracking every stroke of the chisel. His presence was a constant pressure, a reminder of the stakes, and Pygmalion felt it keenly. More than once, his hands trembled, the weight of doubt threatening to unsteady him. But Galatea was his anchor. She'd catch his eye with a soft smile or rest a hand on his arm, her quiet strength pulling him back. "We're not doing this for him," she'd whisper. "We're doing it for us." As the month drew to a close, the statue neared completion. Only a few final touches remained, polishing the marble to a gleam, refining the delicate lines of the figures' faces. It was late one evening, the moon hanging low outside the window, when exhaustion caught up with them. Pygmalion stepped back to survey their work, wiping sweat from his brow, when a soft gasp broke the silence. He turned to see Galatea swaying, her chisel slipping from her hand as she crumpled to the floor. "Galatea!" he cried, rushing to her side. He caught her just before she hit the ground, cradling her in his arms. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow, and a cold fear gripped his heart. "What's wrong? Talk to me." She clutched his hand, her grip weak, but her eyes still bright with love. I'm just tired, she murmured, forcing a faint smile. But I feel strange, like the warmth Aphrodite gave me is fading. Maybe this life wasn't meant to last forever. Panic surged through Pygmalion, his voice breaking. No, you can't leave me. I won't let you go. Not after everything we've been through. Galatea squeezed his hand, her touch grounding him, even as her strength waned. We'll finish the statue, she said. It'll hold everything we are. Our love, our story. That's enough. Tears streamed down Pygmalion's face as he held her close, unwilling to accept her words, but unable to deny the truth in her eyes. Together, they rose, and with her leaning on him, they returned to the statue. Through the night, they worked, her hands guiding his, when her strength faltered, until the final detail was complete. The dawn of the final day broke over Cyprus, casting a soft glow across the workshop. Crichton arrived as promised, joined by a crowd of islanders who had heard whispers of the challenge. They gathered outside, their murmurs a low hum as Pygmalion and Galatea unveiled their creation. The statue stood in the center of the room, its marble surface catching the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. The man and woman gazed at each other, their entwined hands a bridge between them, their expressions a tapestry of emotion, love, longing, and a quiet acceptance of fate. It was breathtaking, a work that silenced the onlookers with its raw beauty. Crichton stepped forward, his face unreadable as he circled the statue. He studied it from every angle, his silence stretching on until the tension in the room was palpable. At last, he spoke, his voice low but stripped of its earlier chill. I was wrong, he admitted. This isn't the work of a lifeless puppet or a trick of the gods. Only a soul that has known joy and pain could craft something so alive. He turned to Galatea, bowing his head slightly. I owe you an apology. You're not just real. You're more human than most I've met. Galatea smiled, though it was a fragile, fleeting thing. She leaned heavily against Pygmalion, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Thank you, she whispered. But the only thing that matters to me is him. Pygmalion gave me life, and I've lived it fully because of him. Before anyone could respond, a hush fell over the room. Galatea's body grew still, her skin taking on a faint shimmer. Slowly, impossibly, she began to change, not back into the cold ivory of her origins, but into warm marble, the same as the statue they had carved. Her form solidified, her eyes fixed on Pygmalion with an expression of eternal love. She stood there, motionless, a statue once more, yet radiating a warmth that defied the stone. The crowd gasped, some falling to their knees in awe. Crichton stepped back, his face pale with wonder. Pygmalion sank to the floor, reaching out to touch her hand, still soft, still hers, even in marble. Galatea, he choked out, his voice lost to grief. For days, Pygmalion didn't leave the workshop. He sat beside Galatea's statue, tracing her features with trembling fingers, whispering to her as he once had when she was ivory. His tears fell freely, staining the floor, but slowly a realization dawned. She wasn't truly gone. Her spirit lingered, in him, in their art, in the love that had bound them across the divide of life and stone. He returned to his craft, pouring his sorrow and devotion into every piece. Each statue became a tribute to Galatea, a way to keep her close. The people of Cyprus no longer came to gawk or question. They came to honor a love story that had transcended the impossible. The tale of Pygmalion and Galatea spread far beyond the island, a legend of passion, creation, and the power of a heart made whole. Years later, as Pygmalion grew old, his hands weakened by time, he lay on his bed, surrounded by the statues that had defined his life. His gaze settled on Galatea, her marble form unchanged, her eyes still locked on his. "I'll see you again," he whispered, a peaceful smile crossing his lips. As his breath faded, some swore they saw her statue tremble, as if she were reaching out to welcome him into a world beyond. And so, the story of Pygmalion and Galatea endured, not as a tale of loss, but as a testament to a love so pure it turned stone to life and life back to stone, forever entwined in an embrace that time could never break. Story: Castor and Pollux, the immortal twins. In the ancient kingdom of Sparta, where the rugged hills stood like sentinels under a sky painted with the hues of dawn and dusk, a tale of destiny began beneath the roof of a royal palace. The city thrived in the shadow of Mount Taygetus, its streets alive with the clatter of spears and the songs of warriors, its fields golden with harvests that fed a people forged in strength and honor. At the heart of this land ruled King Tyndareus, a man of a steady resolve, his dark beard framing a face weathered by years of leadership, his brown eyes sharp with the wisdom of a mortal king. Beside him reigned Queen Leda, a woman of breathtaking beauty, her golden hair cascading like sunlight, her blue eyes deep with a quiet grace that captivated all who beheld her. The palace of Sparta was a fortress of stone and pride, its halls echoing with the footsteps of guards and the laughter of courtiers. Yet for all its grandeur, it lacked the one treasure Tyndareus and Leda longed for most: children to carry their legacy. Their prayers rose to the heavens night after night, carried on the smoke of offerings to Zeus, Hera, and the Olympian host, a plea for a spark of life to brighten their days. The gods, it seemed, heard their call, but the answer came in a way neither could have foreseen, a twist of divine will that would bind their fates to the eternal. One fateful night, as a storm brewed over Sparta, the air crackling with the promise of thunder, Leda walked alone by the banks of the river Eurotas. The moon hung low, its silver light dancing on the water, and a sudden gust carried the scent of rain and something wilder, a presence that stirred the night. From the clouds descended Zeus, king of the gods, his form shifting from a radiant figure to that of a majestic swan, his feathers gleaming like starlight. Drawn by Leda's beauty, he approached her, and in that moment of divine union, their fates intertwined. When dawn broke, Leda returned to the palace, her heart a tumult of awe and wonder, carrying a secret that would soon bear fruit. Months later, in the quiet of a spring evening, Leda gave birth, not to one child, but to four, born from two eggs laid in a single night, a marvel whispered of in awe across Sparta. From the first egg emerged Helen, a girl whose beauty would one day launch 1,000 ships, and Clytemnestra, sharp-witted and fierce. From the second came Castor and Pollux, twin boys whose cries filled the palace with a joy that drowned out the storm's memory. Tyndareus lifted them high, his brown eyes shining with pride, naming them with a father's hope: Castor, the tamer of horses, and Pollux, the boxer of strength. Yet only Leda knew the truth. Pollux bore the blood of Zeus, a demigod destined for immortality, while Castor was Tyndareus' son, a mortal bound by the limits of flesh. The twins grew side by side, their bond a thread woven tighter than any tapestry in Sparta's halls. Castor was lean and wiry, his dark hair curling like the mane of the steeds he loved, his brown eyes warm with a quiet intensity that drew horses to his side like old friends. Pollux stood taller, his frame broad and muscled, his hair a shade lighter, his blue eyes sharp with a fighter's focus, his fists a force that could shatter stone. They were opposites in skill. Castor, mastering the reins, Pollux the ring, yet inseparable in spirit. Two halves of a whole that defied their divided blood. From their earliest days, they roamed the palace grounds together, their laughter a melody that echoed through the stone corridors. Castor would race through the stables, his hands gentle as he tamed wild colts, his voice a soft hum that calmed their restless spirits. Pollux would spar in the courtyard, his fists a blur as he danced with the palace guards, his grin wide with each victory. They trained under Tyndareus' watchful eye, their father teaching them the spear and shield, his pride swelling as they grew into warriors worthy of Sparta. Leda watched from the shadows, her blue eyes soft with love, her heart a silent prayer that their bond would shield them from the fates she couldn't name. The twin shared everything, meals of bread and olives by the hearth, hunts in the forests where Castor's arrows flew true, and Pollux wrestled boars to the ground, nights beneath the stars where they whispered dreams of glory. We'll sail the seas, Castor would say, his brown eyes glinting with mischief as he traced constellations with a stick. Find lands no one's seen, and fight every monster we meet, Pollux would add, his blue eyes sparkling as he flexed his fists, his laughter a rumble that shook the night. Together, always, their bond was a marvel to Sparta, a love that transcended their origins, a unity that blurred the line between mortal and divine. The people called them the Dioscuri, the sons of Zeus, though only Pollux bore that blood, and they cheered as the twins rode through the streets, Castor on a chestnut stallion, Pollux at his side, their presence a promise of strength and protection. Tyndareus beamed with a father's pride, blind to the divine spark in Pollux, while Leda guarded her secret, her golden hair veiling a mother's quiet fear of a future she couldn't foresee. As they grew into young men, their skills sharpened to a razor's edge. Castor became the finest horseman in Greece, his hands steady on the reins as he tamed even the wildest steeds, his brown eyes reading their spirits like an open scroll. Pollux emerged as a boxer without equal, his fists a storm that fueled opponents in the ring, his blue eyes alight with a joy that belied his strength. They fought as a pair, their movements a dance of instinct and trust, Castor's spear guarding Pollux's back, Pollux's shield covering Castor's flank, a harmony that made them invincible in the eyes of Sparta. Yet beneath their triumphs, a shadow lurked, a fate tied to their birth, a thread spun by the Moirai that neither could see. Pollux's divine blood granted him a life unbound by death, a gift Castor could never share, though they lived as equals, blind to the divide. Leda sensed it, her blue eyes clouding with unease as she watched them spar, her hands twisting the edge of her robe. She'd borne them from a night of divine mystery, and though she cherished their bond, she feared the day it might break, a day when mortality and immortality would clash, a day she couldn't prevent. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills, casting a golden glow over Sparta, Castor and Pollux sat by the Eurotas, their sandals sinking into the riverbank's soft earth. Castor tossed a pebble into the water, his brown eyes tracing its ripples. "Think we'll ever leave this place?" he asked, his voice a quiet hum. "See the world beyond these hills?" Pollux grinned, flexing his fists as he leaned back on the grass, his blue eyes fixed on the sky. "We will," he said, his tone brimming with certainty. "We'll sail with heroes. Jason, maybe Theseus. Fight beasts. Win glory. You'll tame the winds, and I'll break the storms." Castor laughed, a sound as warm as the fading light. "Together," he said, clapping his brother's shoulder, "like always." Pollux nodded, his grin softening into a promise. "Always," he echoed, his voice a vow that carried on the breeze. The stars emerged above, a canopy of light over two brothers bound by a love stronger than blood. Their fates entwined in ways they couldn't yet fathom. Sparta slept, its dreams filled with the Dioscuri's valor, unaware that their legend was only beginning, a tale of courage, loss, and a bond that would defy the boundaries of life and death, destined to shine forever in the heavens. The years unfurled like a banner over Sparta, each season weaving the legend of Castor and Pollux deeper into the fabric of Greece. The twins had grown from boys into men of striking prowess, their names whispered with awe from the rugged hills of Laconia to the windswept shores of the Aegean. Castor, with his dark curls and steady brown eyes, had become a master of horses, his hands coaxing even the wildest stallions into a dance of trust and grace. Pollux, broader and taller, his lighter hair framing blue eyes that gleamed with a fighter's fire, had honed his fists into weapons of legend, his punches a storm that felled foes in the dusty rings of Sparta. Together, they were the Dioscuri, sons of divine and mortal blood, bound by a love that shone brighter than their differences. Their fame drew them beyond Sparta's borders, their thirst for glory a call they couldn't ignore. The twins rode out on chestnut steeds, their spears glinting in the sun, their laughter a melody that carried over the hills. They hunted boar in the forests of Arcadia, wrestled bandits in the passes of Thessaly, and sailed the Ionian Sea to chase tales of adventure. Their bond was their strength, Castor's swift spear guarding Pollux's flank, Pollux's iron fists shielding Castor from harm, a harmony that made them a force no mortal could reckon with. Their greatest exploit came when word reached Sparta of Jason, a prince of Iolcus, gathering heroes for a quest that would echo through the ages, the hunt for the golden fleece. The call stirred the twins' hearts, their blue and brown eyes meeting in a shared spark of excitement. "This is it," Castor said, tightening the reins of his stallion, his voice a hum of anticipation. "A journey for the bards. Us, with Jason." Pollux grinned, cracking his knuckles with a fighter's glee. "We'll show them what Sparta breeds," he replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Together, they joined the crew of the Argo, a ship of oak and legend, its sails billowing as it cut through the waves toward Colchis. The roster was a roll call of Greece's finest: Jason, the steadfast leader; Theseus, the Minotaur's bane; Atalanta, the swift-footed huntress; and Meleager, Calydon's fiery prince. Castor and Pollux stood among them, their presence a beacon of unity, their skills a gift to the voyage. Castor took to the deck like a horseman to a field, his hands steady on the ropes, his eyes reading the winds as he guided the ship through storms. Pollux became the crew's bulwark, his fists breaking brawls among the sailors, his laughter a balm against the sea's endless trials. The journey tested them all. Waves rose like mountains, monsters lurked beneath the depths, and the winds howled with the wrath of forgotten gods. Yet the twins shone brightest in the darkest hours. When a tempest threatened to shatter the Argo, Castor lashed himself to the helm, his brown eyes fixed on the horizon as he steered them through the chaos, his voice a steady chant against the gale. Pollux stood at the bow, his blue eyes blazing as he wrestled a sea serpent that coiled around the ship, his fists pounding its scales until it sank back into the deep. The crew dubbed them the Storm Breakers, their courage a light that guided the Argo to the shores of Colchis, where Jason claimed the fleece with their aid. The return voyage cemented their fame, the Golden Fleece a prize that crowned their valor, and Greece sang their names, Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, heroes of land and sea. They returned to Sparta as legends, their arms laden with tales, their bond unshaken by the trials they'd faced. Leda greeted them with tears of pride, her golden hair framing a face alight with joy, while Tyndareus clasped their shoulders, his brown eyes gleaming with a father's love. "You've made us proud," he said, his voice a rumble of warmth, blind to the divine spark in Pollux that set them apart. But fate, like a shadow creeping beneath the sun, waited with a snare they couldn't foresee. The twins' renown drew envy as well as admiration, and their next adventure, a seemingly simple cattle raid, would unravel the thread of their lives. It began with a visit to Messenia, where their cousins Idas and Lynceus, sons of Apharius, ruled a neighboring land. The four had shared hunts before, their kinship a loose bond forged in youth. But greed simmered beneath the surface, a spark waiting to ignite. The trouble flared over a herd of cattle, a prize claimed during a raid on a rival clan, its numbers a fortune in flesh and hide. Castor and Pollux, ever bold, proposed splitting the spoils evenly, their grins wide as they drove the herd toward Sparta. Idas, burly and sharp-eyed, laughed at the suggestion, his voice a growl. "Evenly?" he said, his hand resting on his spear. "We did the heavy lifting. You two just tagged along." Lynceus, lean and hawk-faced, nodded, his gaze piercing. "Half's too generous," he sneered. "Take a quarter, or take nothing." Pollux stepped forward, his fists clenching, his blue eyes flashing with a fighter's ire. "We fought as hard as you," he said, his tone firm. "Fair's fair." Castor placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, his brown eyes steady with a horseman's calm. "No need for this," he said, his voice a soothing hum. "We're kin. Let's settle it like men, not thieves." But Idas's pride was a flint struck too hard, and the spark caught. "Kin?" he roared, hefting his spear. "You're Spartans playing at heroes. Step back, or I'll make you." The air crackled with tension as Lynceus drew his bow, his arrow aimed at Castor, while Idas lunged at Pollux, his spear thrusting for his chest. The twins reacted as one. Pollux ducked, his fist slamming into Idas's jaw, sending him staggering, while Castor twisted, his spear parrying Lynceus's shot with a hunter's grace. The fight erupted in a blur of steel and fury, the cattle scattering as the four clashed in the dusty field. Pollux wrestled Idas to the ground, his fists a storm that battered his cousin's guard, his blue eyes blazing with righteous anger. Castor danced around Lynceus, his spear a whirlwind that kept the archer at bay, his brown eyes narrowed with focus. The twins fought as they always had, back to back, their movements a mirror of trust. But fate turned its cruel eye. Idas rolled free, seizing a fallen spear, and hurled it with a roar, the bronze tip arcing through the air toward Castor. Time slowed as Castor turned, his brown eyes widening as the spear struck true, piercing his chest with a sickening thud. He gasped, his spear slipping from his hand, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees, blood blooming red against his tunic. Pollux spun, his cry a thunderclap that shook the earth. Castor! And charged Idas, his fists a blur of vengeance. One blow cracked Idas's skull, the giant crumpling, lifeless to the ground. While Lynceus fled, his bow abandoned, his hawk eyes wide with terror, Pollux dropped beside Castor, his hands trembling as he cradled his brother, blood staining his fingers as he pressed against the wound. No, no, stay with me, he pleaded, his blue eyes brimming with tears, his voice raw with desperation. Castor's breath came shallow, his brown eyes dimming as he clutched Pollux's arm, his voice a fading whisper. Together, he gasped, a faint smile tugging at his lips. And then his head lolled, his body still in Pollux's grasp. Pollux roared, a sound of grief and rage that echoed through the hills, his fists pounding the earth as tears streamed down his face. The cattle stood silent, the wind stilled, and the sky darkened as if mourning with him. Castor, his twin, his shadow, his soul, was gone, torn from him by a mortal wound Pollux's divine blood couldn't share. He held the lifeless body close, his blue eyes fixed on the heavens, a vow forming in his breaking heart. He'd defy death itself to bring them back together. The field lay quiet, a battlefield of loss, as Pollux's cry rose to Olympus, a plea that would shake the gods and forge a legend beyond the grave. The field in Messenia lay shrouded in twilight, the air thick with the stillness of death and the echo of a brother's grief. Castor's body rested limp in Pollux's arms, his dark curls matted with blood, his brown eyes closed forever, the spear that had pierced his chest a cruel marker of mortality's reach. Pollux knelt beside him, his broad frame trembling, his lighter hair falling over blue eyes that streamed with tears, his fists clenched against the earth, stained red with his twin's life. Idas lay dead nearby, his skull shattered by Pollux's vengeful blow, while Lynceus had fled into the dusk, a shadow swallowed by the hills. The cattle stood silent, their lowing stilled, and the world seemed to pause, holding its breath, as Pollux's cry tore through the silence, a raw, primal wail that reached beyond the mortal realm to the peaks of Olympus. Castor, he roared, his voice breaking as he clutched his brother tighter, his tears falling onto the lifeless face he'd known as his own. You can't leave me. Not like this. The wind carried his anguish upward, a plea that pierced the heavens, a sound so fierce it shook the stars from their courses. He rocked back and forth, his hands gripping Castor's tunic, as if sheer will could pull him back from the shadows of Hades, his blue eyes wild with a desperation that defied reason. In Sparta, Leda felt a pang in her heart, her golden hair falling over her face as she dropped a weaving shuttle, her blue eyes clouding with a mother's instinct. Tyndareus paused mid-step in the palace hall, his brown eyes narrowing as a chill crept up his spine, sensing a loss he couldn't name. But it was on Olympus, amid the golden halls and swirling clouds, that Pollux' cry found its mark. Zeus, king of the gods, sat upon his throne of thunder, his silver beard glinting in the divine light, his storm-gray eyes narrowing as the sound reached him, a mortal's grief laced with the blood of his own lineage. Beside him, Hera stirred, her regal form draped in peacock hues, her gaze stern. "What is this noise?" she asked, her voice sharp with irritation. "A mortal dares disturb us?" Apollo, leaning against a column, his lyre silent, tilted his golden head. "It's Pollux," he said, his tone soft with recognition. "My half-brother. His twin is dead. I felt it too." Zeus rose, his presence a storm gathering strength, and stepped to the edge of the clouds, peering down at the field where Pollux knelt. He saw the scene, Castor's lifeless form, Pollux's anguished embrace, and a flicker of something rare crossed his divine face, a father's sorrow tempered by the weight of his power. "My son," he murmured, his voice a rumble that shook the heavens, "your pain calls to me." Pollux, oblivious to the god's gaze, lifted his tear-streaked face to the darkening sky, his fists pounding the earth as his voice rose again. "Zeus," he shouted, his cry a thunderclap of its own. "Father, if you hear me, if you care, don't let him go. He's my brother, my other half. Take my immortality, give it to him, or let me die with him. I won't live without Castor." The words hung in the air, a plea born of a love so deep it pierced the divide between mortal and divine, and the Olympians fell silent, their golden halls still as Zeus weighed his son's words. Hera's eyes softened, her sternness yielding to a rare flicker of compassion, while Apollo stepped closer, his voice a quiet murmur. "He means it, father," he said. "Their bond, it's stronger than anything I've seen." Athena, a goddess of wisdom, joined them, her owl perched on her shoulder, her gray eyes thoughtful. "He's your blood, Zeus," she said, her tone measured. "But Castor isn't. He's Tyndareus' son, mortal to the core. Death's claim on him is just." Zeus's gaze remained fixed on Pollux, his storm-gray eyes narrowing as he watched the demigod cradle his twin, his anguish a mirror of a father's own heart. "Just perhaps," he said, his voice low. "But love defies justice. Pollux's pain is mine. I gave him life, and through him, Castor lived brighter." Hera tilted her head, her voice softening. "You'd bend the rules for them?" she asked, her tone more curious than accusing. "Immortality isn't a gift to share lightly." Zeus turned to her, his silver beard glinting as he nodded. "Not lightly," he said, "but for a bond like theirs. Yes, they've earned it, through valor and love." He raised a hand, his power crackling in the air, and the clouds parted, a shaft of divine light descending to the field below. Pollux felt it first, a warmth that cut through the cold of his grief, a glow that bathed the clearing in a radiance softer than the dawn. He looked up, his blue eyes wide as Zeus appeared before him, a towering figure wreathed in light, his storm-gray eyes meeting his son's with a father's solemn gaze. "Pollux," he said, his voice a rumble that shook the earth, "your cry has reached me. You'd give your immortality for him?" Pollux tightened his grip on Castor's, his voice hoarse but unyielding. "Yes," he said, his tears falling anew. He's my brother. My life means nothing without him. Take it, give it to him, or let me join him in Hades. I won't live alone." Zeus stepped closer, his presence storm held in check, his eyes tracing the lifeless form of Castor, the mortal son of Tyndareus, who'd matched a demigod's valor. "Death has claimed him," he said, his tone heavy. "But your love moves me, Pollux. I cannot undo what's done. Castor's thread is cut, but I can offer you this. Share your immortality with him." Pollux blinked, his blue eyes clouded with confusion and hope, his voice trembling. "Share it? How?" Zeus's hand glowed, his power weaving a new thread into the tapestry of fate. "You'll live as one," he said. "A day on Olympus, among the gods, immortal and bright. Then a day in Hades, among the shades, bound to the underworld. Together, always, neither fully alive nor fully dead, but never apart. This is my gift, and my judgment." The words sank into Pollux's heart, a lifeline cast through his despair, and he nodded without hesitation, his voice a whisper of resolve. "Yes," he said, his tears falling onto Castor's still face. "Together, always together." Zeus raised his hand, his light flaring brighter, and the air shimmered as the divine will took hold. Castor's body stirred, a faint breath stirring his chest, his brown eyes fluttering open to meet Pollux's gaze. "Pollux," he murmured, his voice weak but alive, a smile tugging at his lips as he grasped his brother's arm. Pollux laughed through his tears, a sound of joy and relief that broke the silence, pulling Castor into a fierce embrace. "You're back," he choked, his blue eyes shining as he held his twin. The warmth of life returning to the body he'd thought lost. "I couldn't let you go." Castor clung to him, his strength returning as the divine gift flowed through them, his brown eyes wide with wonder. "What happened?" he asked, his voice steadying. "I felt darkness." Pollux pulled back, his grin wide as he gripped Castor's shoulders. "I asked Zeus," he said, his tone brimming with awe. "He gave us this. Together. Forever." The light around them faded, Zeus's form dissolving into the dusk, his voice a final echo. "Live as one, my sons," he said, "and let your bond shine." The twins rose, their hands clasped, their bodies whole but changed, bound by a cycle of life and death, a gift forged from a brother's sacrifice. In Sparta, Leda felt a warmth ease the ache in her heart, her blue eyes lifting to the sky, as if sensing her son's return. Tyndareus smiled, without knowing why, his brown eyes softening with a father's quiet pride. The field in Messenia lay still, the cattle grazing once more, the blood of Idas a fading stain on the earth. Castor and Pollux stood together, their bond unbroken, their fates entwined, a mortal and a demigod sharing a single thread, a love that had moved the king of the gods to bend the laws of life and death. The night deepened, the stars emerging above, and the twins turned their eyes upward, their breaths a shared rhythm in the silence, a promise kept, a sacrifice made, and a destiny yet to unfold in the heavens. The twilight over Messenia softened into a velvet night, the stars piercing the sky like lanterns lit by unseen hands. Castor and Pollux stood together in the field, where death had briefly parted them, their hands clasped tight, their breaths mingling in the cool air. Castor's dark curls framed a face alive once more, his brown eyes wide with a wonder that matched the dawn, his chest rising with the breath Zeus had restored. Pollux, his lighter hair tousled, His blue eyes, still wet with the tears of relief, gripped his twin's arm as if to anchor him to this world, his grin a beacon of joy that outshone the fading light of their ordeal. The blood-stained earth beneath them, where Idas had fallen and Castor had bled, lay quiet now, the cattle grazing in the distance, the wind whispering a peace that felt both fragile and eternal. The divine light that had enveloped them faded, Zeus's towering form dissolving into the dusk, leaving only the echo of his words. Live as one, my sons, and let your bond shine. The twins stood in the silence, their hearts pounding with the weight of a miracle, their fates rewoven by a father's gift and a brother's sacrifice. Castor touched his chest where the spear had struck, his fingers tracing the smooth skin beneath his torn tunic, his voice a murmur of disbelief. I was gone, he said, his brown eyes meeting Pollux's. I felt it, darkness, cold, and then you brought me back. Pollux pulled him into a fierce embrace, his blue eyes shimmering with a mix of joy and resolve. I couldn't let you go, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You're my brother, my other half. Zeus heard me. He gave us this. Castor returned the embrace, his strength steadying as the divine spark flowed through him, his laughter a soft echo against Pollux's shoulder. Together then, he said, pulling back with a grin. Like always. The twins turned their eyes to the sky, where the stars gleamed brighter than ever, as if welcoming them into a new chapter of their legend. The air shimmered with a faint hum, a pull that tugged at their souls. A call from Olympus, the first step in the cycle Zeus had decreed. They felt it together, a warmth that lifted them from the earth, their bodies lightening as the mortal world faded beneath their feet. The field dissolved into mist, the cattle and bloodstains vanishing, and the twins ascended, hand in hand, their forms glowing with a radiance that mirrored the heavens above. They emerged on the slopes of Olympus, the golden halls of the gods rising before them like a city carved from sunlight. The air was crisp with the scent of ambrosia, the sky a tapestry of stars that pulsed with divine life. Zeus stood waiting, his silver beard glinting, his storm-gray eyes softening as he beheld his sons, Pollux, his demigod heir, and Castor, the mortal who'd earned a place among the immortals through his brother's love. Welcome, he said, his voice a rumble that stirred the clouds, to your new home, for half your days. Pollux stepped forward, his blue eyes wide with awe, his hand still gripping Castor's. Half our days? He asked, his tone a mix of gratitude and curiosity. And the other half? Zeus gestured to the horizon, where shadows gathered beyond the golden peaks. Hades, he said, his voice steady. One day here, among the gods, immortal and bright, the next in the underworld, among the shades, bound to death's realm. You'll share this fate, together, as you wished. Castor's brown eyes flickered with understanding, his grin softening as he squeezed Pollux's hand. A fair trade, he said, his voice warm. Better than losing you. Pollux nodded, his blue eyes meeting Zeus's with a son's trust. Thank you, father, he said, his tone firm. It's enough, more than enough. The Olympians gathered to witness the twins' arrival. Hera with her regal poise, Apollo with his golden lyre, Athena with her owl perched in quiet observation. Their presence was a council of light, their gazes a mix of curiosity and respect for the mortal and demigod who'd bent the rules of fate. Apollo strummed a note, his voice a melody of welcome. "You've earned this," he said, his golden eyes glinting. "A bond like yours. It's rarer than ambrosia." Athena tilted her head, her gray eyes thoughtful. "A lesson for us all," she said, her tone measured. "Love can shift even the threads of the Moirai." The twins spent their first day on Olympus, their mortal forms touched with divine light, their laughter echoing through the halls as they marveled at the golden city. They feasted with the gods, their hands breaking bread made of nectar, their voices rising in tales of the Argo and the storms they'd tamed. Castor's brown eyes sparkled as he spoke of the winds he'd mastered, while Pollux' blue eyes danced with the memory of fists against scales, their harmony a song that charmed even the sternest Olympians. But as dusk fell, the air shifted, a chill creeping through the warmth, a pull from below that tugged at their souls. The twins felt it together, their hands clasping tighter as shadows gathered at the edge of Olympus. "It's time," Castor said, his voice steady despite the flicker of unease in his brown eyes. Pollux nodded, his blue eyes resolute. "Together," he said, and they stepped into the darkness, their forms fading as they descended to Hades, the underworld's gates yawning wide to receive them. In the realm of shades, they stood among the gray mists, their radiance dimmed, but their bond unbroken. Castor's mortal soul felt at home here, a shadow among shadows, while Pollux's divine spark glowed faintly, a beacon in the gloom. They wandered the banks of the Styx, their voices a quiet comfort to the lost souls who drifted past, their hands clasped as they faced the endless night. "It's not so bad," Castor said, his grin a flicker of light. "With you here." Pollux laughed, his blue eyes softening. "Better than Olympus alone," he replied. And they walked on, their steps a rhythm in the silence, a day in death as unbroken as their day in life. The cycle began, Olympus one day, Hades the next, a dance of light and shadow that bound them forever. But Zeus, watching from his throne, saw a greater destiny for his sons. Their bond, their valor, their sacrifice. It was a story too vast for earth alone. He raised his hand, his power flaring across the heavens, and the stars shifted, two bright points igniting in the night sky. Castor and Pollux, the Gemini, a constellation born of their unity. The twins felt it, a pull beyond the cycle, a call to the firmament. They rose together, their forms shimmering as they took their place among the stars, their light a twin glow that pierced the darkness. Castor's brown eyes and Pollux's blue shone as one, their hands clasped in an eternal embrace, their laughter a whisper carried on the wind. The earth below gazed up, the people of Greece naming them the Dioscuri, the storm breakers, their constellation a beacon for sailors lost in tempest and night. In Sparta, Leda stood on the palace balcony, her golden hair catching the starlight, her blue eyes tracing the new stars with a mother's pride and sorrow. "My boys," she whispered, tears glistening as she smiled, knowing they'd found each other beyond her reach. Tyndareus joined her, his brown eyes lifting to the sky, his voice a rumble of awe. "They're legends now," he said, his hand finding hers, blind to the divine truth, but certain of their greatness. The sailors of Greece took heart from the Gemini, their twin stars a promise of safety through storms. a light that guided ships to shore. The Argos crew, Jason, Theseus, Atalanta, looked up with a mix of grief and reverence, their tales of the Dioscuri growing into songs that echoed across the seas. They saved us then, Jason would say, his voice steady, and they save us still. Castor and Pollux shone above, their light a testament to a bond that defied death, a constellation forged from a brother's plea and a god's mercy. The cycle continued. Olympus and Hades, life and death, but their stars remained, a fixed point in the heavens, a symbol of unity that neither time nor fate could break. Story: Deucalion and Pyrrha. In the ancient days of Greece, when the earth still bore the footprints of Titans, and the skies echoed with the whispers of gods, the world teetered on the edge of ruin. It was an age of bronze and hubris, a time when humanity had strayed far from the humble paths of its beginnings. Villages sprawled across the plains, their smoke rising thick and gray from hearths that burned with greed. Cities rose with walls of stone, their streets alive with the clamor of pride and ambition. Men and women turned their backs on the altars of the gods, their prayers replaced by boasts, their offerings by scorn. The land, once green and generous, grew weary under their careless hands. Fields stripped bare, rivers muddied, forests felled without thought for tomorrow. High above, on the cloud-wreathed peaks of Mount Olympus, Zeus gazed down with eyes that blazed like lightning. The king of the gods sat on his throne of marble and thunder, his eagle perched at his side, its talons gleaming as it mirrored his growing wrath. He saw the world he'd gifted to mortals, a world of beauty and balance, twisted into a mockery of itself. They've forgotten us, he rumbled, his voice shaking the heavens, his silver beard quivering with indignation. They worship their own desires, trampling the earth I gave them. No more. I'll cleanse this filth with water and start anew. The council of gods stirred at his words, their voices a murmur of agreement and unease. Hera, queen of the heavens, nodded sternly, her gaze cold. Their arrogance offends even me, she said. Let the flood come. Poseidon, lord of the seas, grinned, his trident gleaming with anticipation. I'll unleash the waves. Let them drown in their folly. Yet not all were so eager. Athena, goddess of wisdom, frowned, her owl fluttering nervously at her shoulder. But she held her tongue, knowing Zeus's mind was set. Far below, in a quiet valley nestled between rugged hills, lived two souls untouched by the world's decay, Deucalion and Pyrrha. Deucalion was the son of Prometheus, the Titan who'd defied Zeus to gift fire to humanity, a legacy that carried both pride and burden. Tall and broad-shouldered, Deucalion had his father's sharp mind and steady hands, his dark hair streaked with gray, despite his youth, his brown eyes deep with a quiet strength. Pyrrha, his wife, was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, her lineage tied to the woman whose curiosity had loosed sorrow upon the world. Slender and graceful, Pyrrha bore a cascade of auburn hair that glowed like embers in the sun, her hazel eyes bright with kindness and resolve. Together, they lived simply in a modest home of stone and timber, its roof thatched with straw, its hearth warm with a fire that never smoked with excess. They tended a small plot of land, growing barley and olives with care, offering the first fruits to the gods in humble gratitude. Their days were filled with labor and laughter, their nights with stories whispered under a sky they honored rather than defied. Deucalion would carve wooden tools by the firelight, his voice a steady hum as he spoke of the Titan's ancient deeds, while Pyrrha wove cloth with deft fingers, her songs a soft melody that soothed the night. They were a beacon of virtue in a world gone dark, a pair whose righteousness shone like a lantern in a storm. But the storm was coming, and it bore the wrath of Zeus. High above, the king of the gods gathered the clouds, his hands weaving a tempest that darkened the heavens. Rain swelled in the sky, a deluge waiting to break, and the rivers trembled in their beds, sensing the flood that would soon overwhelm them. Yet even as Zeus prepared his judgment, a whisper reached him, a murmur from Prometheus, the Titan chained to a rock for his defiance, his eagle-torn body a testament to his love for humanity. Bound though he was, Prometheus's mind remained free, and his foresight pierced the veil of fate. Through a dream, he sent a message to his son, Deucalion, his voice a faint echo carried on the wind. That night, as the first rumbles of thunder rolled over the valley, Deucalion slept fitfully beside Pyrrha, his brow furrowed with unease. In his dream, he saw his father, a towering figure wreathed in shadow, his eyes burning with urgency. "My son," Prometheus said, his voice a rasp of pain and hope. "The gods have turned against mankind. Zeus will drown the world in his anger, but you and Pyrrha, your hearts are pure. Build a ship strong and true, and fill it with what you need. The flood comes soon. Be ready." Deucalion awoke with a start, his breath ragged, the echo of his father's words ringing in his ears. He turned to Pyrrha, who stirred beside him, her hazel eyes opening with a question. "What is it?" she whispered, her hand finding his in the dark. He took a deep breath, the weight of the dream settling on his shoulders. "Father spoke to me," he said, his voice low but firm. "Zeus is bringing a flood to destroy humanity. We're to build a ship, to survive." Pyrrha sat up, her auburn hair spilling over her shoulders, her face pale but resolute. "A flood?" she echoed, her mind racing. "But why us? Why spare us?" Deucalion squeezed her hand, his brown eyes steady with conviction. "Because we've lived right," he said. "We've honored the gods, kept faith when others turned away. Prometheus sees it. He believes in us." She nodded slowly, a flicker of fear giving way to determination. "Then we'll do it," she said, her voice gaining strength. "If the gods will it, we'll be ready." Dawn broke gray and heavy, the sky a tapestry of swirling clouds that promised rain beyond imagining. Deucalion and Pyrrha rose with purpose, stepping into the valley where the wind carried a chill that prickled their skin. They chose a grove of sturdy oaks near their home, their branches thick and unyielding, and set to work. Deucalion wielded an axe forged by his own hands, its blade biting into the wood with steady, practiced strokes, while Pyrrha gathered the fallen timber, her arms strong from years of weaving and tending the land. Together, they shaped planks and beams, their movements a quiet dance of trust and resolve. The ship took form over days that blurred into one another, its hull rising like a promise against the darkening sky. Deucalion carved each piece with care, fitting them tight to withstand the flood, while Pyrrha sealed the seams with pitch, her fingers deft despite the growing cold. They spoke little, their bond a silent strength, but their eyes met often, sharing a certainty that kept fear at bay. The villagers nearby watched with curiosity at first, then with scorn, calling them fools, mad dreamers, building a boat on dry land. "The gods won't drown us," one shouted, laughing as he passed. "You're wasting your time." Deucalion paused, wiping sweat from his brow, and met the man's gaze. "Better to be ready than regret," he said simply, turning back to his work. Pyrrha smiled faintly beside him, her hands steady as she smoothed the pitch, their faith unshaken by the mockery. They stocked the ship with what they could carry: sacks of barley, jars of olives, a few tools, and a small clay idol of Themis, goddess of justice, a token of their devotion. As the final plank was set, the sky growled, a deep rumble that shook the earth, and the first drops fell, fat and cold, a harbinger of the deluge to come. Deucalion and Pyrrha stood before their creation, a sturdy ark of oak and hope, its bow pointed to the heavens. "It's done," Deucalion said, his voice a mix of exhaustion and pride. Pyrrha took his hand, her hazel eyes reflecting the storm above. "We'll face it together," she said, her words a vow as the rain began to thicken, a curtain falling over the world. Above, Zeus unleashed his wrath, the clouds bursting with a torrent that drowned the laughter of the scornful and the cries of the unready. The rivers swelled, the earth softened, and the valley vanished beneath a rising tide. Deucalion and Pyrrha climbed aboard their ship, their hands clasped as the waters lifted them free, two righteous hearts adrift in a world undone, a spark of light in the darkness of divine judgment. The rain fell like a judgment from the heavens, a relentless torrent that turned the valley into a churning sea within moments. Deucalion and Pyrrha clung to each other as they climbed aboard their oak-hewn ark, its sturdy frame creaking under the first assault of the rising waters. The sky above was a roiling mass of black and gray, split by jagged bolts of lightning that illuminated a world unraveling. The wind howled, tearing at their cloaks, and the earth below, once a patchwork of fields and homes, dissolved into a muddy chaos as the floodwaters surged, swallowing everything in their path. The villagers' mocking laughter, so sharp just hours ago, drowned beneath the roar of the deluge, their cries for mercy lost to the storm. Deucalion pulled the heavy wooden hatch shut, sealing them inside the ark's dim interior, while Pyrrha lit a small oil lamp with trembling hands. The flame flickered, casting shadows across the cramped space. Sacks of barley stacked against one wall, jars of olives lashed tight with rope, a simple pallet of straw where they'd rest. The idol of Themis, goddess of justice, sat in a niche carved by Deucalion's steady hands, its clay face serene amid the chaos beyond. The ship rocked as the waters lifted it free, a sudden lurch that sent Pyrrha stumbling into Deucalion's arms. "We're afloat," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest, his brown eyes meeting her hazel ones with a quiet strength. She nodded, gripping his hand as the ark pitched again, the sound of rain hammering the roof like 1,000 fists. "Prometheus was right," she whispered, her auburn hair clinging to her face in damp strands. "The gods have spared us, but for how long?" Deucalion squeezed her hand, his resolve a rock against the storm. "As long as it takes," he replied. "We'll endure, together." The deluge raged on, an unrelenting flood that Zeus had unleashed to purge the earth of its corruption. For 9 days and 9 nights, the rain fell without cease, a curtain of water that blurred the line between sky and sea. The ark tossed and turned on waves that rose like mountains, their crests crashing against the hull with a force that tested every seam. Deucalion braced himself against the walls, his muscles straining to keep their meager supplies secure, while Pyrrha knelt by the lamp, her prayers to Themis a soft murmur beneath the storm's fury. "Guide us, goddess of justice," she pleaded, her voice trembling but firm. "Let us prove our worth." Outside, the world they'd known vanished beneath the flood. Villages crumbled, their stone walls dissolving into silt, forests bent and broke, their trees uprooted like straw in the wind. Mountains sank, their peaks swallowed by the relentless tide. The cries of the lost, men, women, children, faded into silence, their fates sealed by the hubris that had angered Zeus. Deucalion and Pyrrha heard none of it, cocooned within the ark's wooden embrace. But they felt the weight of the emptiness beyond, a void where life had once thrived. The days blurred into a haze of darkness and motion, the lamp's flickering light their only tether to time. Deucalion took turns with Pyrrha at the helm, a simple rudder he'd carved to steer the ship, his hands raw from gripping the wood, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of hope. The ark groaned under the strain, its timbers creaking as waves battered its sides. But it held, a testament to the care they'd poured into its making. "It's strong," Deucalion said one night, his voice hoarse as he sat beside Pyrrha, sharing a handful of barley. "Like us." She smiled faintly, her hazel eyes reflecting the lamp's glow. "Stronger together," she replied, leaning against him. "But I wonder, what's left out there? What will we find when this ends?" He wrapped an arm around her, his warmth a shield against the cold seeping through the planks. "Whatever it is, we'll face it," he said. "The gods spared us for a reason. We'll see it through." The storm's ferocity tested their resolve, each wave a hammer blow that shook their faith. On the 5th day, a thunderclap split the air, so loud it rattled the ark's frame, and a wave crashed over the roof, sending water trickling through the seams. Pyrrha leapt to seal the leaks with scraps of cloth, her fingers nimble despite the chill, while Deucalion held the rudder steady, his jaw clenched against the ship's wild swaying. "Hold on," he shouted, his voice cutting through the roar, and Pyrrha nodded, her auburn hair plastered to her face as she worked. The 7th night brought a moment of terror, a grinding thud as the ark struck something solid, the hull shuddering with a sound like breaking bones. Deucalion stumbled to the hatch, peering through a crack to see a jagged peak, a remnant of a drowned mountain, scraping against the ship's side. "We're caught," he called, his heart pounding as he braced against the wall, the ark tilting dangerously. Pyrrha joined him, her hands pressing against the hull, as if sheer will could hold it together. "Themis, protect us," she whispered, her voice a thread of hope, and together they pushed, their strength a desperate prayer. The ship groaned, then slid free with a lurch that sent them sprawling, the peak vanishing into the dark waters behind them. They sat there, breathless, the lamp flickering as if mirroring their fragile relief. "We made it," Pyrrha gasped, her hand finding his, and Deucalion pulled her close, his gratitude unspoken but fierce. By the 9th day, exhaustion weighed heavy on them, their bodies aching from the constant motion. Their spirits stretched thin by the endless storm. They ate sparingly, sipping water from their dwindling jars. Their voices hushed as they shared memories of their valley home, the olive trees they'd tended, the songs they'd sung by the fire. Do you think anything's left? Pyrrha asked, her head resting on Deucalion's shoulder, the lamp casting shadows across her weary face. He traced a finger along the idol of Themis, his brown eyes steady. Maybe not the world we knew, he said, but something, enough for us to start again. Prometheus wouldn't have warned us otherwise. As the ninth night deepened, a subtle shift stirred the air. The rain softened, its pounding rhythm slowing to a gentle patter, and the waves calmed, their fury ebbing into a restless sway. Deucalion rose, his legs unsteady, and cracked the hatch, peering into the darkness. The clouds parted, revealing a sliver of starry sky, and a faint breeze carried the scent of wet earth, a promise of land beyond the flood. It's stopping, he said, turning to Pyrrha with a spark of hope in his eyes. She joined him, her auburn hair catching the starlight as she looked out. The gods have heard us, she murmured, her hand slipping into his. We've survived. Dawn broke on the 10th day, a pale glow piercing the horizon, and the ark drifted to a gentle halt, its hull scraping against something solid. Deucalion pushed the hatch wide, the cool air rushing in as he stepped onto the deck, Pyrrha at his side. Before them loomed the peak of Mount Parnassus, its rocky slopes rising from the receding waters, a solitary island in a sea of ruin. The flood had retreated, leaving a world of mud and silence, trees uprooted, fields buried, villages erased, but the mountain stood firm, a refuge for the two who'd endured. Deucalion helped Pyrrha step onto the sodden earth, their sandals sinking into the muck, their hands clasped tight. The sky above was clear now, the storm's wrath spent, and the sun, tentative but warm, cast its first rays across the desolate expanse. We're alive, Deucalion said, his voice thick with awe, his brown eyes scanning the horizon where nothing moved but the wind. Pyrrha knelt, pressing a hand to the wet soil, her hazel eyes glistening with tears of relief and sorrow. But we're alone, she whispered, the weight of the lost world settling on her shoulders. Deucalion crouched beside her, his arm around her trembling frame. Not alone, he said, his voice a steady anchor. We have each other, and the gods. There's a purpose to this. We'll find it. They stood together, two figures against the vast emptiness, their ark a silent witness to their survival. The flood had taken everything, but it had spared them. A righteous pair chosen to weather the storm, their journey through the deluge, a testament to their faith and love. The dawn that greeted Deucalion and Pyrrha on Mount Parnassus was a fragile thing, its pale light filtering through a sky scrubbed clean by the receding storm. The floodwaters had retreated, leaving the earth a sodden, silent expanse beneath the mountain's rocky peak, a landscape of mud and ruin stretching to the horizon. The air hung heavy with the scent of wet earth and decay, a stillness so deep it seemed the world held its breath, waiting for something to stir it awake. The ark rested behind them, its oak hull caked with silt, a silent sentinel of their survival amid the wreckage of a world washed away. Deucalion stood at the edge of the slope, his broad shoulders squared against the emptiness, his dark hair streaked with gray, ruffled by a faint breeze. His brown eyes, steady with the resolve that had carried them through the deluge, scanned the desolation below. Fields buried under muck, trees snapped like twigs, villages reduced to scattered stones. Beside him, Pyrrha knelt, her slender frame trembling as she pressed a hand to the sodden ground, her auburn hair spilling over her shoulders in damp waves. Her hazel eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the barren vastness that surrounded them. "It's all gone," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the silence. "Everything, everyone." Deucalion crouched beside her, his hand finding hers, his warmth a quiet anchor in the cold morning air. "Not everything," he said, his tone soft but firm. "We're here, Pyrrha. The gods spared us. There's a reason for that." She looked up at him, her gaze searching his face for the certainty she clung to. "But what reason?" she asked, her voice breaking. "To live alone in this emptiness? To wander a graveyard of what was?" He squeezed her hand, his brown eyes meeting hers with a quiet intensity. "Not to wander, to rebuild," he said. "Prometheus warned us, guided us. The gods didn't save us just to abandon us now. We'll find a way forward. I know it." Pyrrha nodded slowly, drawing strength from his words, though the weight of their solitude pressed heavy on her heart. They rose together, their sandals sinking into the mud as they turned back to the ark, salvaging what they could: a sack of barley, a jar of olives, the small clay idol of Themis they'd carried through the flood. The mountain loomed above, its rocky paths winding upward, and Deucalion's gaze settled on a faint trail leading to a higher peak. "There," he said, pointing. "A temple, maybe a shrine. If the gods have a plan, we'll find it there." Hand in hand, they climbed, their steps slow but determined, the wind tugging at their cloaks as the sun climbed higher. The trail was steep, littered with stones loosened by the flood, but the air grew clearer with each step, carrying a faint scent of pine from the few trees that clung to the slopes. At the summit, they found it, a small temple carved into the mountainside, its columns weathered but standing, its altar draped in moss and shadow. A statue of Themis, goddess of justice, gazed out from within, her stone eyes serene, her arms outstretched as if offering balance to a world unmade. Deucalion and Pyrrhus approached, their breaths shallow with awe, and knelt before the altar, the idol from their ark placed beside it as a humble offering. "Themis," Deucalion began, his voice steady but reverent, "we've survived your judgment, spared by your mercy or your will. Show us what comes next. Guide us in this emptiness." Pyrrha joined him, her hands clasped, her hazel eyes fixed on the statue. "We're alone," she said, her voice trembling with both fear and hope. "If there's a purpose, reveal it to us. Let us honor the gods with what's left." The temple was silent at first, the wind whistling through its cracks, the sun casting long shadows across the stone floor. Then a warmth stirred the air, a gentle breeze that carried the scent of earth and renewal, and a voice, soft but resonant, filled the space, as if rising from the mountain itself. "Deucalion, son of Prometheus, and Pyrrha, daughter of Epimetheus," it said, the words echoing with divine clarity. "Your righteousness has spared you where others fell. The world is cleansed, its slate wiped clean. Now it falls to you to restore it. Deucalion's heart leapt, his hands tightening around Pyrrha's as they looked up, the voice of Themis washing over them like a tide. Restore it? Pyrrha echoed, her voice barely a whisper. How? We're two against a void. How do we bring life back? Themis's voice deepened, its tone a blend of command and mystery. Leave this temple, she said. Cover your heads in reverence and cast the bones of your mother over your shoulders. From these, the earth will rise anew. The words faded, the warmth receding, leaving the temple silent once more. Deucalion and Pyrrha sat back on their heels, their breaths mingling in the cool air, their minds racing with the oracle's cryptic command. The bones of our mother? Pyrrha said, her brow furrowing as she turned to Deucalion. What does it mean? My mother, Pandora, is long gone, and yours? Deucalion cut her off gently, his brown eyes narrowing in thought. Not our mothers by blood, he said, his voice steadying as the pieces fell into place. Themis speaks in riddles, like all oracles. Our mother, it's the earth itself, Gaia, the mother of all life. The flood came from her, and now she's what remains. Pyrrha's eyes widened, a spark of understanding igniting within her. And her bones, she murmured, glancing at the stones scattered around the temple, their surfaces worn smooth by the floodwaters. The rocks, these are Gaia's bones, aren't they? Deucalion nodded, a faint smile breaking through his weary features. Yes, he said, rising to his feet and offering her a hand. Themis wants us to use them, to rebuild somehow. It's a sign, Pyrrha, a purpose. She took his hand, standing beside him, her auburn hair catching the sunlight, as hope flickered in her hazel eyes. To bring life from stone, she said, her voice gaining strength. It's a miracle we're meant to perform. They gathered their cloaks, draping the edges over their heads as Themis had instructed, a gesture of humility before the divine will. Deucalion picked up a smooth, fist-sized stone from the temple floor, its weight solid in his palm, while Pyrrha chose another, its surface glinting with flecks of quartz. They stepped outside, the mountain's peak stretching before them, the world below a blank canvas of mud and silence. The sun hung higher now, its rays warming their faces, and a quiet anticipation settled over them, a sense that something vast was about to begin. Do we just throw them? Pyrrha asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she held the stone, her fingers tracing its contours. Deucalion nodded, his brown eyes fixed on the horizon. Over our shoulders, he said, recalling Themis's words. We trust her. We've come this far on faith. Pyrrha took a deep breath, her resolve hardening, and together they turned their backs to the slope, their cloaks shadowing their faces. Deucalion gripped his stone, his arm steady as he cast it over his shoulder, the rock arcing through the air to land in the mud below with a soft thud. Pyrrha followed, her stone sailing in a graceful curve, striking the earth beside his. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, the wind whispering through the rocks, and doubt flickered in their hearts. Then, a tremor stirred the ground, a faint ripple that pulsed beneath their feet, and the stones began to shift. Deucalion's rock softened, its edges blurring as it rose, molding into the form of a man, tall and broad, his features rough but alive, his eyes blinking open to the sunlight. Pyrrha's stone followed, its shape melting into that of a woman, slender and strong, her hair a cascade of earth-toned strands, her gaze warm with wonder. The two figures stood, flesh where stone had been, their breaths misting in the cool air, and turned to Deucalion and Pyrrha with a silent reverence. Pyrrha gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, while Deucalion stepped forward, his voice thick with awe. Themis spoke true, he said, his brown eyes wide. From the earth's bones, life. The temple behind them seemed to hum, a quiet echo of divine approval, and the mountain stood witness to the miracle. A new beginning, born from the faith of two who'd survived the end. The air atop Mount Parnassus trembled with a quiet wonder as the first two figures rose from the mud where Deucalion and Pyrrha's stones had fallen. The man, born from Deucalion's throw, stood tall and broad-shouldered, his skin rough-hewn like the earth itself, his dark eyes glinting with a spark of life that mirrored the dawn. The woman, shaped by Pyrrha's stone, was slender and strong, her hair a cascade of chestnut waves, her gaze warm and steady as she blinked into existence. They stood before their creators, silent but alive, their breaths misting in the cool mountain air, a miracle born from the bones of the earth and the will of Themis. Deucalion's heart pounded, his brown eyes wide with awe as he stepped closer, his hand still tingling from the stone he'd cast. It worked, he breathed, his voice a mix of disbelief and triumph. Themis, her words were true. Pyrrha clutched his arm, her hazel eyes shimmering with tears of joy and wonder, her auburn hair catching the sunlight as she gazed at the new beings. They're people, she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of it. From stone, from us. The man and woman turned to them, their expressions a blend of curiosity and reverence, as if sensing the bond that tied them to their makers. Deucalion raised a hand, his voice steady, despite the storm of emotions within him. Welcome, he said, his tone warm but firm. You're the first of a new world, born from the earth, blessed by the gods. The woman tilted her head, her voice soft and hesitant, like a stream finding its course. Who are we? She asked, her chestnut hair swaying as she glanced at her companion. Pyrrha stepped forward, her gentle strength a beacon in the moment. You're our children, in a way, she said, her smile tender. We'll guide you, teach you. Together, we'll build something new. The man nodded, his rough hands flexing as if testing their strength, and a faint smile broke across his face. We'll follow you, he said, his voice deep and solid, echoing the mountain beneath their feet. Deucalion and Pyrrha exchanged a glance, their hands finding each other's in a silent vow. Themis's prophecy had begun, a spark of life in a world washed clean, but it was only the start. They turned back to the slope, the muddy expanse stretching below, and saw the countless stones scattered across it, each one a seed waiting to bloom. There's more to do, Deucalion said, his brown eyes narrowing with purpose. A whole people to raise. Pyrrha nodded, her resolve hardening as she picked up another stone, its surface cool and smooth in her palm. Let's keep going, she said, her voice steady with determination. The gods gave us this chance. We'll make it right. They resumed their task, moving down the mountainside with a rhythm born of faith and necessity. Deucalion cast stone after stone over his shoulder, each one landing with a soft thud in the mud, while Pyrrha followed, her throws graceful and deliberate. The air hummed with a subtle energy, the earth trembling faintly as each stone transformed. Men rising from Deucalion's throes, rugged and strong, their forms carved from the raw power of the land. Women emerging from Pyrrha's, lithe and resilient, their eyes bright with a quiet endurance. The slope came alive with figures, dozens at first, then hundreds, their voices a growing murmur as they stepped into being, their bodies shedding the last traces of a stone for flesh and breath. The sun climbed higher, its rays warming the mud-slicked earth, and Deucalion and Pyrrha worked tirelessly, their cloaks still draped over their heads in reverence to Themis's command. Sweat beaded on Deucalion's brow, his arms aching from the effort. But he pressed on, his brown eyes alight with the vision of a world reborn. Pyrrha's hands grew raw, her auburn hair clinging to her damp face, yet she moved with a grace that belied her exhaustion, her hazel eyes shining with hope for each new life they summoned. "Look at them," she said, pausing to catch her breath as a cluster of men and women gathered below, their faces turned upward in awe. "They're beautiful." Deucalion smiled, wiping his brow as he tossed another stone, watching it morph into a young man with broad shoulders and steady hands. "They're ours," he said, his voice thick with pride. "A new chance. For them, for us." As the day wore on, the mountainside teemed with humanity, a nascent people, born from stone, their numbers swelling until the slope was alive with movement. They were raw, untested, their voices a chorus of questions and wonder. But they carried a spark of the righteousness that had spared Deucalion and Pyrrha. The couple descended among them, their presence a quiet authority, and the new humans gathered close, their eyes wide with trust and curiosity. "What do we do now?" a woman asked, her voice soft but eager, her chestnut hair echoing Pyrrha's own. Deucalion stepped forward, his broad frame a pillar in the crowd, his voice carrying over the murmur. "We build," he said, his tone firm but kind. "A home, a life, together. The gods have given us this land, and we'll honor it." Pyrrha joined him, her gentle strength a compliment to his resolve. "We'll teach you," she said, her hazel eyes warm with compassion, "how to live, to grow, to respect what's been given. This is a fresh start. Let's make it good." The new humans nodded, their faces alight with purpose, and under Deucalion and Pyrrha's guidance, they set to work. The men hauled stones from the mountainside, their hands strong and willing, while the women gathered reeds and branches washed ashore by the flood, their fingers deft as they wove them into shelters. Deucalion showed them how to shape the earth into hearths, his steady hands carving the first fire pit, while Pyrrha taught them to plant the barley seeds they'd saved, her gentle voice a song of patience and care. The sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over the fledgling settlement, a cluster of simple huts rising from the mud, a fragile spark of civilization in the emptiness. Night fell, and the new people gathered around the fire, its flames dancing against the darkness. A gift from Prometheus's legacy that Deucalion kindled with pride. He stood before them, his dark hair streaked with gray, glowing in the firelight, and spoke with a quiet authority. "This fire," he said, holding a burning branch aloft, "is a symbol of warmth, of life, of the gods who spared us. Keep it burning and keep faith in them. We're here because we lived right. Don't forget that." Pyrrha sat beside him, her auburn hair framing a face weary but radiant, and added her voice to his. The world before fell to pride and greed, she said, her hazel eyes meeting theirs. We can be better, humble, kind, strong. Together, we'll grow. The new humans listened, their faces solemn with understanding, and a murmur of agreement rose among them, a pact sealed in the flickering light. They slept that night under makeshift roofs, their breaths a soft chorus in the stillness, while Deucalion and Pyrrha sat by the fire, their hands clasped as they watched over their nascent flock. They're like children, Pyrrha said, her voice soft with wonder. But they'll learn, won't they? Deucalion nodded, his brown eyes reflecting the flames. They will, he said. We'll teach them everything we know, everything we are. This is what Themis meant. A new people, born from stone but shaped by us. The stars wheeled overhead, a canopy of light over a world reborn, and the fire crackled as the night deepened. Deucalion and Pyrrha leaned against each other, their exhaustion tempered by a quiet triumph. The flood had taken all they'd known, but from its ashes, they'd summoned life, a humanity free of the old world's sins, a legacy forged from their faith and resilience. The mountain stood sentinel around them, its rocky embrace a promise of stability, and the earth, though scarred, thrummed with the potential of what could be. As the fire burned low, Deucalion traced a finger along Pyrrha's hand, his voice a whisper in the dark. We're not alone anymore, he said, a smile tugging at his lips. This is our purpose, to guide them, to start again. Pyrrha rested her head on his shoulder, her hazel eyes closing with a peace she hadn't felt since the storm began. Together, she murmured, her voice a vow, always together. The flames dwindled to embers, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping figures. A new humanity, born from stone, cradled by two who'd defied the flood with love and faith. Story, Phaethon, and the sun chariot. In the sun-drenched lands of ancient Greece, where the olive trees stretched their silver branches toward the heavens and the sea whispered secrets to the shore, there lived a young man named Phaethon. He was no ordinary youth. His name meant the Shining One, a title that carried the weight of a destiny he could feel, but not yet grasp. Born to Clymene, a mortal woman of gentle beauty, Phaethon grew up in a small coastal village, its whitewashed houses clinging to cliffs above the waves. His hair was a cascade of golden curls, kissed by the sun itself, and his eyes burned with an amber fire that seemed to dance with light. To the villagers, he was a striking figure, tall and lean, with a restless energy that set him apart from the fishermen and weavers who called this place home. But it was not his looks that made Phaethon stand out. It was the story his mother whispered to him under the stars, a tale that shaped his every dream. You are no mere mortal, my son, Clymene would say, her voice soft as the evening breeze. Your father is Helios, the god of the sun, who drives his golden chariot across the sky each day, bringing light to the world. His blood runs in your veins. Phaethon, divine blood, bright and eternal. She'd smile then, her eyes distant, as if she could still see the radiant figure who'd swept her into a fleeting romance years ago. To Phaethon, those words were a torch, held high in the darkness of his ordinary life. He clung to them, turning them over in his mind like a precious gem, imagining a father whose brilliance outshone the dawn. Yet, in the village, that same story became a chain around his neck. His friends, boys his age, who hauled nets and mended sails, laughed at his claims, their voices sharp with mockery. Son of Helios? They'd jeer, tossing pebbles at his feet as they sat by the harbor. Prove it then, make the sun shine brighter, or call down a ray to warm my supper. Their laughter stung, each taunt a dagger to his pride, and Phaethon's temper flared like the fire he claimed as his birthright. He'd stride away, fists clenched, his golden curls glinting in the sunlight, as he muttered to himself, "I'll show them." He'd vow, kicking at the dust, "I'm no fisherman's son. I'm more than this." The doubt gnawed at him, though, a quiet, creeping shadow that whispered in the stillness of night. What if his mother's tale was just that? A tale. What if he was nothing more than a dreamer with a fanciful story? The thought was unbearable. A wound to his soul he couldn't let fester. He needed proof, something undeniable, something that would silence the jeers and make the world see him as he saw himself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sea in shades of crimson and gold, Phaethon sat with Climene on the cliffs overlooking the village. The air was warm, scented with salt and wild thyme, and the waves crashed below in a rhythm that matched his restless heart. "Mother," he said, his voice low but firm, "I can't stay here anymore. I need to find him. Helios. I need to know the truth." Clymene turned to him, her face etched with a mother's worry, her hands twisting the edge of her shawl. "Phaethon, it's a dangerous path," she said. "The gods live beyond our reach, in a realm of light and power no mortal can fully understand. What if he turns you away?" He met her gaze, his amber eyes blazing with determination. "He won't. I'm his son. He'll see me, and I'll prove I belong to him. I'm tired of whispers and doubts, Mother. I'll make them all see." She sighed, a sound heavy with love and fear, and reached out to touch his cheek. "Then go, my shining one," she whispered. "Follow the dawn to the east, where the sun rises from its palace. But be careful. Divine blood doesn't shield you from divine will." Phaethon clasped her hand, a fierce gratitude swelling in his chest, and rose to his feet. That night, he packed a simple satchel, bread, a water skin, a cloak, and slipped from the village before the first rooster crowed. The stars guided him eastward, their light a faint echo of the brilliance he sought, and his steps were swift, fueled by a hunger that had simmered too long. The journey was no easy trek. Days turned to weeks as he crossed rugged hills and winding rivers, his sandals wearing thin against the stony paths. He slept in caves and under trees, the cold seeping into his bones. But the fire in his heart kept him moving. He passed travelers who eyed him warily, a lone youth with a wild gleam in his eyes, and heard tales of the sun god's palace, a place of gold and flame, perched at the edge of the world. Each story stoked his resolve, painting a picture of a father he longed to claim. At last, after a month of wandering, he reached the eastern shore, where the land met the sea in a clash of rock and wave. The horizon shimmered with a light no mortal sun could match, and there, rising from the mist, stood the palace of Helios, a marvel of gleaming gold and amber, its towers piercing the sky like spears of fire. Its gates glowed with an unearthly radiance, flanked by statues of winged horses. their manes carved as if aflame. Phaethon's breath caught, his pulse racing as he approached, the heat of the place washing over him like a tide. He stepped through the gates, his heart pounding, and entered a hall vast beyond imagining. The walls were molten gold, reflecting light that danced like liquid flame, and the air hummed with a power that prickled his skin. At the far end, on a throne of blazing crystal, sat Helios, god of the sun, a figure of unbearable brilliance. His hair was a cascade of white fire, his eyes twin suns that burned with divine light, and his robes shimmered like the dawn itself. In his presence, Phaethon felt small, yet the fire in his own blood roared louder, urging him forward. "Father," he called, his voice echoing through the hall, bold despite the tremble in his knees. "I am Phaethon, son of Clymene. I've come to claim my heritage, to know you as my own." Helios rose, his gaze softening as it fell on the youth before him. "Phaethon," he said, his voice a deep, resonant warmth that filled the space. "My son, I see her in you, her grace, her spirit. And yes, I see myself too, in those eyes that shine like embers. You've traveled far to stand here." Phaethon's chest swelled, pride surging through him, like a river breaking its banks. "I had to," he said. "The world doubts me, calls me a liar, a dreamer. I need proof, Father, something to show them who I am." Helios descended from his throne, his light dimming slightly to spare Phaethon's mortal sight. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a gesture heavy with affection. "You are my blood, Phaethon. No proof is needed for that. But I see your heart, your hunger. Name your desire, and I'll grant it, before all the gods, as witness." The words were a spark to dry tinder, igniting Phaethon's ambition. He straightened, his voice ringing with certainty. "Let me drive your chariot, the sun itself, across the sky for one day. Let me hold the reins of your power, so no one can deny I'm your son." The hall fell silent, the air thickening as Helios's face clouded with shock. His hand dropped, and for a moment, the god who commanded the dawn seemed at a loss. "Phaethon," he said, his tone shifting to a plea. "You don't know what you ask. The chariot is no toy. It's a force beyond mortal strength. Choose anything else. Riches, glory, a kingdom of your own." But Phaethon's pride was a flame that wouldn't bend. He stepped closer, his amber eyes locked on his father's. "I've chosen," he said. "I'm your son. I can do this. Let me prove it. To you. To everyone." Helios sighed, a sound that carried the weight of eons, and bowed his head. "So be it," he murmured, his voice heavy with foreboding. "At dawn, the chariot is yours. But know this, my son. Pride can light a path, or burn it to ash." Phaethon grinned, triumph coursing through him, blind to the shadow of doubt in his father's eyes. He'd won. Tomorrow, he'd ride the sun across the sky, a god among men, and the world would know his name. The golden palace of Helios shimmered in the fading light of dusk, its molten walls casting a glow that bathed Phaethon in a warmth he could feel deep in his bones. He stood before his father, the god of the sun, his heart pounding with a triumph that felt as bright as the dawn itself. He'd done it, crossed the world, faced the divine, and claimed his birthright. The promise hung in the air like a sacred vow. Tomorrow, he would take the reins of the sun chariot, the blazing symbol of Helios's power, and drive it across the sky. To Phaethon, It was more than a ride. It was a crown, a blazing proof of his lineage that no mocking villager could deny. His amber eyes sparkled with pride, his golden curls catching the light as he grinned at the god who'd sired him. But Helios did not share his son's joy. The radiant god stood motionless, his towering figure framed by the crystalline throne, his white fire hair dimming as if the weight of Phaethon's request had drained its brilliance. His eyes, twin suns that could pierce the heavens, were clouded with a sorrow Phaethon couldn't fathom. The silence stretched, heavy and thick, until Helios stepped forward, his voice dropping to a low, urgent rumble that seemed to shake the golden hall. Phaethon, he said, each word measured, you've asked for something no mortal has ever dared. The sun chariot isn't a prize to be won. It's a force, wild and untamed, beyond the strength of gods, lesser than me. I beg you, my son, reconsider. Ask for anything else. Wealth to rival kings, a palace of your own, immortality to walk among us forever. Anything but this. Phaethon's grin faltered, but only for a moment. He tilted his head, his jaw setting with the stubbornness that had carried him across Greece. Father, he replied, his tone firm, I didn't come all this way for gold or palaces. I came to prove who I am, your son, not some fisherman's boy to be laughed at. The chariot is yours, and I'm your blood. If you can wield it, so can I. Helios's face tightened, a flicker of desperation breaking through his divine composure. He crossed the hall in 3 strides, his robes shimmering like molten flame, and gripped Phaethon's shoulders with hands that radiated heat. Listen to me, he urged, his voice rising with a father's anguish. You don't understand what you're asking. The horses, Eos, Ethan, Phlegon, and Pyroa, they're not mere beasts. They're born of fire. Their hooves strike sparks that could burn the earth to cinders. They obey me because I've mastered them through eons. But you, they'll sense your weakness, your mortal hands. They'll tear free, and you won't hold them. Phaethon pulled back slightly, his pride bristling at the word weakness. I'm not weak, he shot back, his amber eyes narrowing. I've climbed mountains, crossed rivers, faced down doubts no one else could bear. I'm strong enough. I'll show you. Helios released him, stepping back with a sigh that echoed through the hall like a gust of wind across a barren plain. He turned, gesturing to the vast window that opened onto the eastern sky, where the first stars were beginning to pierce the twilight. Look out there, he said, his voice softening, but no less grave. That path, the arc of the sun, is a tightrope stretched across the heavens, too high, and the stars will blaze out of their courses, too low, and the earth will scorch, rivers dry, forests turn to ash. It's not just power, Phaethon. It's balance. One misstep, and the world unravels. Phaethon followed his father's gaze, the expansive sky stretching before him like an endless canvas. For a fleeting moment, a shiver of doubt crept up his spine. The vastness, the stakes, the fragility of it all. But he crushed it beneath the weight of his ambition, his chest swelling with a fire he refused to quench. I can do it, he insisted, turning back to Helios. I've never failed at anything I've set my mind to. You said I'm your son. Trust me to prove it. Helios's shoulders slumped, a rare vulnerability in a god who'd burned bright since the dawn of time. He moved to a golden table at the hall's edge, where a model of the sun chariot rested, a miniature marvel of gleaming metal, its wheels studded with fiery gems, its reins etched with symbols of light. He lifted it, holding it out to Phaethon, as if it could convey what words couldn't. "This isn't a game," he said. "The chariot is alive with my essence. It moves with my will, my strength. Your mortal frame, it's not built for this. Even I tire from its weight, and I've borne it forever." Phaethon took the model, his fingers tracing its curves, the heat of it tingling against his skin. He could feel its power, a pulse that matched the fire in his blood, and it only fueled his certainty. "Then I'll be the first," he said, his voice ringing with defiance. "The first mortal to ride the sun. I'll make you proud, Father. I'll make them all see." Helios set the model down, his hands trembling faintly, a sight that would have shaken any who knew the god's unshakable might. He turned away, his gaze fixed on the floor, as if searching for a way to undo the moment. "Pride is a dangerous flame, my son," he murmured. "It can light your way, or it can consume you. I swore before the gods to grant your wish. I can't break that oath, but I beg you one last time. Choose another path." The words hung between them, a final plea wrapped in love and fear. But Phaethon's heart was a fortress of resolve, its gates barred against doubt. He stepped closer, his voice softening but unyielding. "I've chosen, Father. Tomorrow, I'll drive the chariot. I'll ride the dawn and silence every laugh that's ever mocked me. You'll see, I'm worthy of you." Helios looked up, his eyes meeting Phaethon's, and for a moment, the god's light dimmed to a flicker, revealing the man beneath, the father who saw disaster looming but couldn't turn it aside. He reached out, pulling Phaethon into a tight embrace, his warmth enveloping the youth like a shield. "Then rest tonight," he said, his voice breaking. "At dawn, I'll prepare you. May the gods watch over you, my son, because I fear I cannot." Phaethon returned the embrace, his pride soaring, blind to the tremor in his father's words. They parted, and Helios led him to a chamber within the palace, a room of golden walls and soft cushions, its ceiling open to the starry sky. "Sleep here," Helios said, pausing at the door. "Dream of glory, if you must, but dream wisely." Phaethon nodded, settling onto the cushions as Helios departed, the god's footsteps fading into silence. Alone, he lay back, staring at the stars that glittered like distant fires. His mind raced with visions of tomorrow. He saw himself atop the chariot, the reins in his hands, the world below bathed in his light. He imagined the villagers' faces, their jeers turning to awe, their doubts crumbling as he blazed across the sky. "I'll show them all," he whispered, a smile tugging at his lips. "I'm Phaethon, son of Helios. No one will question that again." Sleep came slowly, his excitement battling the faint echoes of Helios's warnings. When he finally drifted off, his dreams were a swirl of flame and flight, golden horses galloping through the heavens, their manes trailing sparks, and his own voice laughing in triumph. But beneath the brilliance, a shadow lurked, a whisper of heat too fierce, a pull too strong, yet he pushed it away, clinging to the glory he was certain awaited him. Outside, Helios stood alone in the hall, gazing at the chariot that loomed in its stable, a massive, radiant beast of gold and fire, its wheels humming with restless energy. The horses stamped and snorted, their fiery breath lighting the darkness, and Helios's hands clenched at his sides. Forgive me, Phaethon, he murmured to the night. I should have said no. The stars wheeled overhead, counting down to dawn, when a mortal boy would grasp a power he couldn't hold, and a father's love would face its hardest test. The first whispers of dawn crept into the golden chamber where Phaethon slept, a soft glow filtering through the open ceiling to dance across his face. His dreams had been a whirlwind of fire and triumph, galloping horses, a sky ablaze with his glory, and the awestruck faces of those who'd doubted him. He stirred, his amber eyes fluttering open, and for a moment he lay still, the warmth of the cushions beneath him a stark contrast to the cool air of the eastern palace. Then it hit him. Today was the day. Today, he'd ride the sun chariot across the heavens, proving to the world and to himself that he was truly the son of Helios. He leapt from the bed, his golden curls tousled, his heart racing with a thrill that drowned out the faint echoes of his father's warnings. The palace hummed with a quiet energy as he stepped into the hall, the golden walls reflecting the growing light of dawn. Helios awaited him near the chariot's stable, a vast chamber open to the sky, where the sun's vessel stood ready, a marvel of divine craftsmanship, its frame forged from gleaming gold, its wheels studded with fiery rubies that pulsed like living embers. The chariot seemed alive, its surface shimmering with an inner heat, and Phaethon's breath caught at the sight, his pride swelling like a tide. Helios stood beside it, his white fire hair dimmed to a somber glow, his sunlit eyes heavy with a sorrow he couldn't hide. In his hands, he held a pair of reins, golden cords etched with runes of light, their ends trailing sparks. Behind him, the 4 horses of the sun stamped and snorted, their presence a force of nature unto itself. Eus, Ethan, Phlegon, and Pyroas towered over Phaethon, their coats a blazing white that flickered with flames, their manes streaming like molten gold, their hooves striking the floor with sparks that hissed and flared. They tossed their heads, their fiery breath lighting the air, and even Phaethon, bold as he was, felt a flicker of awe and something close to fear stir in his chest. Phaethon, Helios said, his voice a low rumble that carried the weight of eons. This is your last chance. The horses are restless. They sense your mortal blood. Turn back now, and no one will think less of you. Phaethon squared his shoulders, brushing off the unease with a defiant grin. I didn't come this far to turn back, Father. I'm ready. Let me ride. Helios sighed, a sound that seemed to ripple through the palace, and stepped forward to anoint Phaethon's brow with a shimmering oil, a divine balm to shield him from the chariot's heat. Hold the reins tight, he instructed, his hands steady, but his voice trembling. Keep them on the path, straight across the sky, neither too high nor too low. And whatever you do, don't let go. Phaethon nodded, taking the reins with a confidence that masked the tremor in his fingers. He climbed aboard the chariot, the golden frame warm beneath his touch, and gripped the reins as the horses pawed the ground, eager to surge free. Helios stepped back, his figure silhouetted against the dawn, and raised a hand in a gesture that was both blessing and farewell. May the fates be kind, he murmured, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. With a shout, Phaethon snapped the reins, and the chariot lurched forward, the horses leaping into the sky with a roar of flame. The palace vanished below him in a blur of gold, and the world opened up, a vast expanse of blue streaked with the first light of morning. The wind tore at his cloak, the heat of the horse's breath washing over him, and for a fleeting moment Phaethon laughed, a wild, exultant sound that echoed across the heavens. He was doing it, riding the sun, a mortal boy turned god, the reins of creation in his hands. The earth below sparkled with dew, villages waking to his light, and he imagined their faces turned upward, their jeers silenced by awe. But the thrill was short-lived. The horses sensed his grip, firm but untested, mortal, where Helios's was divine, and their pace quickened, their fiery hooves pounding the air with a rhythm he couldn't match. "Steady," Phaethon called, pulling at the reins, but his voice was swallowed by the roar of their charge. Eos veered left, Ethon right, and the chariot swayed, its wheels tilting dangerously. Phaethon's heart leapt to his throat, his hands slick with sweat as he yanked harder, his muscles straining against their power. "Whoa! Slow down!" he shouted, but the horses tossed their heads, their manes flaring brighter, their eyes wild with rebellion. The path Helios had traced, straight and true across the sky, blurred beneath him as the chariot veered upward, climbing too high too fast. The stars, still lingering in the morning twilight, flared and flickered, their delicate dance disrupted by the chariot's reckless ascent. Phaethon glanced down, the earth shrinking to a distant patchwork of green and brown, and a cold sweat broke across his brow. "Too high," he muttered, echoing his father's warning, and tugged the reins downward, desperate to correct the course. The horses resisted, their strength a tidal wave against his will, but he pulled with all his might, and they plunged. Too far, too fast. The chariot dove toward the earth, the air growing thick with heat as the sun's flames licked closer to the ground. Forests caught fire below, their canopies bursting into orange and red, rivers steaming as their waters boiled away. Phaethon's eyes widened, panic clawing at his chest as he saw the destruction unfolding, villages smoldering, fields turning to ash, the cries of people rising faintly through the roar of the flames. "No, no," he gasped, hauling at the reins again. But the horses bucked and surged, dragging the chariot in the wild arcs that tore the sky apart. The heavens trembled as the chariot zigzagged, its path a jagged scar across the blue. The constellations shifted, stars tumbling from their places, and the moon, pale in the daylight, shuddered as if struck. Below, mountains scorched black, their peaks glowing with molten rock, while oceans churned, waves rising in furious protest. Phaethon's hands bled where the reins cut into his palms, his arms aching as he fought to regain control. But the horses were a storm he couldn't tame, wild, unstoppable, reveling in their freedom. He glimpsed the earth again, now a patchwork of ruin, golden fields reduced to cinders, rivers dried to cracked beds, and the air thick with smoke that stung his lungs. "Father," he cried, his voice breaking, a plea lost to the chaos. The pride that had fueled him withered, replaced by a terror that gripped his soul. He'd wanted glory, proof of his divine blood, but this was disaster, a nightmare born of his own making. The chariot lurched again, climbing once more, and the sky itself seemed to groan, the balance Helios had warned of shattering beneath his hands. High above, on the peaks of Olympus, the gods watched in growing alarm. Zeus, king of the heavens, stood at the edge of his throne, his eagle perched beside him, its eyes fixed on the chaos below. The earth burned, the sky fractured, and the mortal boy at the reins was a spark threatening to consume all creation. He'll destroy everything, Zeus rumbled, his voice a thunderclap that shook the clouds. Helios' son, or not, this cannot stand. Hera, queen of the gods, nodded beside him, her gaze stern. The world hangs by a thread. Act, Zeus, before it's too late. Phaethon, oblivious to the divine counsel, clung to the reins as the horses charged higher, the chariot tilting wildly. The heat was unbearable now, his cloak singed, his skin blistering. But he refused to let go. Not yet. Not when he'd come so far. I can fix this, he gasped, pulling with a strength he didn't know he had. But the horses only laughed. A fiery, mocking whinny that drowned his resolve. Then the sky split with light. A bolt of lightning, jagged and white, streaking from Olympus with a force that shook the heavens. Zeus's thunderbolt struck true, slamming into Phaethon with a roar that deafened the world. Pain seared through him, a blinding flash that burned away his breath, and his hands slipped from the reins. The chariot careened free as he fell, a blazing comet tumbling through the sky, his golden curls trailing flames, his cry swallowed by the wind. Below, the earth waited, its rivers and forests scarred but enduring, as Phaethon's fall marked the end of his reckless ride and the beginning of a legend forged in fire. The sky roared as Phaethon fell, a blazing streak of gold and flame cutting through the heavens like a star torn from its place. Zeus's thunderbolt had struck with merciless precision, its white-hot fury searing through him in an instant, leaving no room for defiance or pride. His hands, once clenched tight around the reins of the sun chariot, hung limp as he plummeted, the golden cords slipping free to trail behind the now unchecked horses. His golden curls flared with fire, his cloak a tattered shroud of smoke, and his amber eyes, wide with terror, in his final moment, dimmed as the wind stole his breath. The world below rushed up to meet him, a scarred and smoldering expanse of earth and sea, its beauty marred by the chaos he'd unleashed. High above, the chariot careened wildly, its fiery horses, Eus, Ethan, Phlegon, and Piroa, galloping unchecked across the sky. Their hooves pounded the air, sparks raining down like molten tears, and the golden vessel veered in jagged arcs, its light flickering as if the sun itself mourned. On Olympus, Zeus watched with a stern gaze, his hand still tingling from the bolt's release. The eagle at his side screeching a sharp note of finality. It's done, he said, his voice a low rumble that rolled through the clouds. The boy's folly ends here. The world will endure. Hera stood beside him, her expression a mix of relief and regret. A steep price for pride, she murmured, her eyes tracing Phaethon's fall. Helios will not take this lightly. Below, the earth trembled as Phaethon's body struck the river Eridanus, a wide, winding waterway that cut through the northern lands. The impact sent up a plume of steam and spray, the waters hissing as they swallowed his burning form. The river churned, its currents stained with ash and embers, and for a moment the air hung heavy with silence, a stillness that seemed to hold its breath in the wake of disaster. Then the waves settled, cradling Phaethon's lifeless body, his golden curls floating like a halo on the surface, his once vibrant eyes closed forever. The sun chariot, freed from its mortal driver, faltered in the sky. The horses slowed, their fiery manes dimming as if sensing the loss, and the golden vessel drifted aimlessly, its light wavering. Helios, standing in his palace at the edge of the world, felt the shift, a jolt through his divine essence, a tear in the bond that tied him to his creation. His sunlit eyes widened, his white fire hair flaring with a sudden, anguished brilliance, and he raced to the stable's edge, gazing out at the chaos his son had wrought. Phaethon, he cried, his voice a thunderous wail that shook the heavens, a father's grief unleashed in a sound that reached even the peaks of Olympus. He leapt into the sky, his form a blaze of light, and seized the reins of the chariot with hands that trembled, not from weakness, but from sorrow. The horses resisted at first, their wild energy still burning, but Helios's will was iron, forged through eons of mastery. He pulled them back to their path, his voice a low, commanding roar that tamed their fire. Enough, he bellowed, guiding the chariot to its rightful course, the sun's arc steadying once more. The sky calmed, the stars settling into their places, and the earth below sighed in relief as the searing heat receded, though its scars remained. Blackened forests, dried riverbeds, and mountains glowing with fading embers. Helios drove on, his face etched with a grief that dimmed his radiance, but his duty held him fast. The sun must rise. The world must turn. Phaethon's fall couldn't stop that. Yet as he guided the chariot westward, his eyes drifted to the river Eridanus, where his son's body rested, and a tear, golden and bright, fell from his cheek, streaking through the sky like a meteor before dissolving into the dawn. On the earth, the aftermath unfolded in waves of sorrow and wonder. Clymene, Phaethon's mother, stood on the cliffs of her coastal village, her gaze fixed on the sky as the chariot's wild dance had lit the horizon. She'd felt a pang in her heart, a mother's instinct sharper than any blade, and when the thunderbolt flashed, she'd fallen to her knees, a cry tearing from her throat. My son, she wailed, clutching the earth as if it could anchor her against the truth. The villagers gathered around her, their jeers silenced by the spectacle, their faces pale with awe and guilt. They'd mocked him, doubted him, and now the sky itself bore the marks of his reckless proof. Word spread swiftly, carried by travelers and shepherds who'd seen the sun's erratic path, the flames that had licked the earth, and the blazing figure that fell. In the riverlands of Eridanus, nymphs, sisters of the water, emerged from the depths, their hair trailing like silver streams, their voices a soft lament. They found Phaethon's body, his golden curls dulled by the water, and lifted him gently, laying him on the river bank beneath a canopy of willows. Poor child, one whispered, brushing his face with a tender hand. You sought the sun, and it consumed you. The nymphs wept, their tears mingling with the river, and the willows bent low, their branches swaying in a mournful dance. From their grief grew a marvel. Trees along the Eridanus began to weep amber sap, droplets that hardened into golden resin, a tribute to Phaethon's shining spirit. The river itself took on a new name, whispered by those who passed. The River of Tears, a monument to a boy who'd reached too high. Back in the palace, Helios completed his journey, guiding the chariot to its resting place as dusk fell. The horses quieted, their fiery breath subsiding, and the god stepped down, his radiance muted by a sorrow that weighed heavier than the sun itself. He entered the golden hall, the silence deafening, and sank onto his throne, his hands covering his face. I should have stopped him, he murmured, his voice a broken echo. My son, my pride, gone. The other gods felt the ripple of his grief. Apollo, Helios's kin, paused his lyre mid-note, his golden head bowing in respect. Artemis dimmed her moon's glow, casting the night in deeper shadow, and even Zeus, stern and unyielding, softened his gaze, the eagle at his side, tucking its wings in silence. Helios's pain was a wound in the heavens, a reminder that even gods could falter when love and duty clashed. Days passed, and the earth bore the scars of Phaethon's ride, blackened plains where forests once stood, rivers reduced to trickles, mountains etched with the memory of fire. Yet life stirred anew, blades of grass pushing through ash, waters returning to their beds, a testament to the world's resilience. In Corinth, Clymene traveled north to the Eridanus, guided by whispers of her son's fall. She found him there, laid out by the nymphs, his body preserved in a quiet beauty, his golden curls still catching the light. She knelt beside him, her tears falling onto his chest, and whispered, "You were enough, Phaethon, my shining one. You didn't need to prove it." She stayed by the river, her grief a quiet vigil, until the nymphs guided her home, their voices a gentle promise that Phaethon's name would endure. The amber tears of the trees became a treasure, gathered by those who heard the tale. A boy who rode the sun and fell, a mortal who touched the divine and paid the ultimate price. Helios, too, mourned in his own way. Each dawn, as he took the reins, he cast a glance toward the Eridanus, a silent tribute to the son he'd lost. The sun shone a little softer in those days, its light tempered by a father's sorrow, a reminder of the boy who'd burned too bright. Phaethon's fall was a tragedy etched into the sky and earth, a story whispered by rivers and carried by the wind, a cautionary tale of pride, love, and the fragile line between mortal ambition and divine power. The days following Phaethon's fall stretched long and heavy over the earth, the sky tinged with a somber hue, as if it, too, mourned the loss of a mortal who dared to touch the divine. The scars of his reckless ride remained etched into the landscape, blackened swaths where forests once thrived, riverbeds cracked and dry, mountains bearing the faint glow of cooled lava. Yet beneath these wounds, the world stirred with a quiet resilience, a testament to its ability to heal even after such chaos. Grass sprouted through ash, streams trickled back to life, and the air, once thick with smoke, cleared to reveal a horizon that whispered of renewal. In the golden palace, at the edge of the world, Helios resumed his eternal duty, climbing aboard the sun chariot each dawn with a weariness that hadn't marked him before. His white fire hair burned less brightly, his sunlit eyes dimmed by a grief that lingered like a shadow across his radiant form. The horses, Eos, Aethon, Phlegon, and Pyrrha, stamped and snorted as they always had, their fiery manes flaring with each step. But Helios guided them with a heavier hand, his voice a low murmur that carried the weight of loss. Each morning, as he traced the arc across the sky, he cast a glance toward the river Eridanus, where Phaethon's body had fallen. and a silent ache pulsed through him. Father's love intertwined with regret. The gods of Olympus watched this new rhythm with a mix of solemnity and reflection. Zeus, seated on his thunderous throne, gripped the armrests with hands still warm from the bolt that had ended Phaethon's ride. His eagle perched silently beside him, its sharp eyes fixed on the horizon, and though the king of the gods bore no trace of doubt in his decision, a flicker of unease stirred within him. He had to fall, Zeus said, his voice a rumble that echoed through the clouds. But the cost was steep. A mortal's pride nearly undid us all. Hera, ever watchful, nodded beside him, her gaze softer than usual. Pride is a mortal flaw, she replied. But so is love. Helios's heart gave the boy his chance, and we paid the price. There's a lesson here, for them and for us. Apollo, god of prophecy and music, set his lyre aside, his golden head bowed in thought. A lesson in balance, he mused. Ambition without wisdom is a flame without a wick. It burns bright, then consumes itself. Phaethon sought to rise, but he didn't know his limits. The words hung over Olympus, a quiet truth that rippled through the divine council. Helios's grief was a mirror, reflecting the fragility of even their immortal realm when tangled with mortal will. Yet they turned their eyes back to their duties. The sun rose, the moon followed, the stars held their courses, and life continued, its rhythm restored by the sacrifice of one boy's dream. On the earth below, Clymen lingered by the river Eridanus, her vigil a testament to a mother's unbreakable bond. She'd traveled north after the nymphs brought word of her son's fall, her steps guided by a love that refused to fade. The riverbank where Phaethon rested had become a sacred place, the willows bending low over his body, their branches trailing amber sap that glistened like tears in the sunlight. Clymen knelt beside him, her hands tracing his golden curls, now dulled by water and time, and whispered words only a mother could speak. You shone too bright, my son, she said, her voice breaking. I should have held you closer, kept you safe. The nymphs of the Eridanus, their silver hair flowing like the river itself, gathered around her, their voices a soft chorus of comfort. He's at peace now, one murmured, placing a hand on Clymene's shoulder. His light lives on, in the amber, in the river, in the tales they'll tell. They wove a shroud of reeds and flowers, laying it gently over Phaethon, and the river seemed to sigh, its waters cradling him as a final embrace. Clymene stayed until the stars emerged, her grief a quiet tide that ebbed with the realization that Phaethon's story wouldn't fade. She returned to her village, her face lined with sorrow, but her spirit unbroken, and told the tale to those who'd once mocked him. The fishermen and weavers listened, their eyes wide with a mix of shame and wonder, and the jeers that had once stung Phaethon's pride turned to whispers of reverence. He rode the sun, they'd say, gazing at the sky, a mortal boy who touched the heavens. The amber tears of the Eridanus spread beyond the riverlands, carried by traders and poets who heard the nymphs lament. They became treasures, golden droplets that caught the light, each one a piece of Phaethon's legacy, a reminder of the boy who'd burned too bright. In villages and cities across Greece, the story took root, growing into a legend that parents told their children by firelight, a tale of a youth who sought his father's glory and fell, a warning wrapped in awe. Helios, too, found a way to honor his son. Each dawn, as he drove the chariot across the sky, he lingered a moment longer over the Eridanus, the sun's rays glinting off the amber-laden trees in a silent tribute. The light was softer now, tempered by his loss, and some swore they saw a faint figure in the dawn, a golden silhouette against the horizon, a memory of Phaethon's fleeting ride. Helios spoke little of it, his grief a private flame, but his actions told the tale, a father's love enduring beyond the fall. The earth healed, its wounds fading with time. Forests grew anew, their leaves a deeper green for the ash that fed them. Rivers swelled once more, their waters cool and clear, and mountains stood tall, their scorched peaks a testament to a day the world nearly burned. The people of Greece rebuilt, their lives resuming with a newfound gratitude for the sun's steady path, a gift they'd taken for granted until Phaethon's chaos reminded them of its fragility. In the village where Phaethon had grown, a small shrine rose near the cliffs, a simple stone etched with a sunburst, a place where Climon and others left offerings of flowers and amber. The boys who'd taunted him, now men with families of their own, brought their children there, pointing to the sky. He was one of us, they'd say, and he flew with the gods. Dream big, but know your place. The lesson of Phaethon's fall wove itself into the fabric of mortal life, a cautionary thread in the tapestry of Greek tales. It spoke of pride, the fire that lifts a soul to great heights, but can just as swiftly consume it. It warned of ambition, unchecked by wisdom, a force that could shatter the balance of the world. Yet it was more than a warning. It was a story of love, of a boy who longed to claim his father's light, and a father who gave too much to see him shine. Poets sang of Phaethon, their verses carried on the wind, and philosophers pondered his fate, their debates echoing through marble halls. Was he a fool or a hero? They'd ask, their voices rising over wine and scrolls. Some called him reckless, a child who played with forces beyond his grasp. Others saw him as a symbol of courage, a mortal who dared to reach for the divine, even if he fell. The truth, perhaps, lay between a boy driven by a heart too big for his hands, a soul that burned brighter than the world could hold. Helios heard these tales, faint echoes reaching his palace, and a bittersweet smile touched his lips. He was my son, he'd whisper to the dawn, foolish, brave, and mine. The sun rose each day, its light a promise kept, and in its glow, Phaethon's legacy endured, not in triumph, but in the quiet lessons left behind. Clymene grew old by the sea, her hair silvered by time, her eyes fixed on the horizon where her son had sought his fate. She'd sit by the shrine, amber in her hands, and tell his story to the waves, a mother's voice carrying him into eternity. The river Eridanus flowed on, its amber tears a golden thread through the ages, and the sky bore no scars, only the memory of a boy who rode the sun and fell, leaving the world to ponder the cost of reaching too high. Phaethon's name lived on, a star that burned out but never faded, a lesson and a legacy woven into the heart of Greece, a tale of pride, love, and the fragile beauty of a mortal's dream. Story: Meleager and the Caledonian Boar Hunt. In the sunlit realm of Caledon, where the hills rolled green and golden under a sky kissed by the gods, a kingdom thrived in the shadow of Mount Erysinthus. Its fields stretched wide, heavy with barley and vines. Its rivers sparkled with fish, and its people sang songs of harvest and hearth. At the heart of this land stood a palace of white stone, its towers crowned with bronze that gleamed in the daylight, home to King Oeneus and his queen Althea. Oeneus was a ruler of steady hand and warm heart, his beard streaked with silver, his laughter a rumble that filled the halls. Althea, his wife, was a woman of striking beauty and fierce spirit, her dark hair flowing like a river at midnight, her green eyes sharp with a mother's love and a warrior's resolve. For years, the royal couple had longed for a child, a heir to carry their name, a light to brighten their days. The gods, it seemed, had withheld their blessing, leaving the palace quiet, save for the echo of their prayers. But one crisp autumn night, as the leaves turned crimson and gold, their wish was granted. Althea gave birth to a son, a boy with a cry that pierced the stillness, his tiny fists clenched as if grasping at the world. They named him Meleager, a name meaning hunter, a promise of strength and destiny woven into its syllables. Oeneus lifted the child high, his voice booming with pride as he declared a feast to honor the gods who'd answered their call. The palace buzzed with celebration. Tables groaned under roasted meats and ripe fruits. Musicians strummed lyres, and wine flowed like the rivers beyond the walls. The people of Caledon gathered, their cheers rising to the heavens, and offerings burned bright on the altars of Zeus, Hera, and Athena, their smoke curling upward in gratitude. Yet amid the revelry, a shadow loomed unseen, a thread of fate spun by hands older than the mountains themselves. As the fire crackled in the great hall's hearth, casting a warm glow over the newborn cradled in Althea's arms, the air shivered with a sudden chill. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, ethereal, cloaked in mist, their presence a weight that silenced the room. The Moirai, the Fates, had come. Clotho, the spinner of life's thread, Lachesis, the measurer of its length, and Atropos, the cutter of its end. Their eyes glowed with an ancient light, their voices a chorus that hummed with inevitability, and the court froze, their breath held as the goddesses turned to the child. Althea clutched Meleager tighter, her green eyes narrowing with a mother's instinct, her heart pounding as Clotho stepped forward, her spindle gleaming in the firelight. "This boy will be strong," she said, her voice a whisper that carried like wind through the hall. A warrior of fire and valor, his name sung by generations. Lachesis followed, her measuring rod tracing an unseen line, her tone steady and unyielding. "His life will burn bright," she intoned, "a flame among men, fierce and unbowed." But it was Atropos who struck fear into Althea's soul, her shears glinting as she pointed to the hearth, where a single log burned among the flames. "His thread ends when this log is consumed," she said, her voice cold as the grave. "When the fire claims it holy, so too will it claim Meleager's life." The words hung in the air, a prophecy as sharp as a blade, and the hall erupted in gasps, the revelry shattering like glass. Oeneus leapt to his feet, his face paling, his voice a roar of defiance. "What is this?" he demanded, stepping toward the Fates. "You bless us with a son, then curse him with doom." Take it back. But the Moirai offered no reply, their forms dissolving into mist as swiftly as they'd appeared, leaving only the crackle of the hearth and the echo of their words. Althea stared at the log, its flames licking higher, and a terror, unlike any she'd known, gripped her heart. She thrust Meleager into a nursemaid's arms and lunged for the fire, heedless of the heat that seared her hands. With a cry, she seized a pitcher of water from the feast table and doused the flames, the log hissing as it darkened, its glow snuffed out in a plume of steam and smoke. Althea! Oeneus shouted, rushing to her side, his hands hovering over her blistered palms. What are you doing? She turned to him, her green eyes wild with a mother's fierce love, her voice trembling but resolute. Saving him, she said, clutching the damp, blackened log as if it were her son's very soul. They won't take him, not while I breathe. The court watched in stunned silence as Althea carried the log from the hall, her steps unsteady but determined, her dark hair trailing behind her like a shroud. Oeneus followed, his mind racing with fear and confusion, but he trusted her instinct, her strength. In their private chamber, Althea knelt before a cedar chest, a family heirloom carved with vines and stars, and placed the log within, wrapping it in a silken cloth to shield it from harm. She locked the chest with a key she wore around her neck, her blistered hands trembling as she whispered a vow. You'll live, Meleager, she said, her voice a fierce promise. I'll keep you safe, always. The feast resumed, its joy tempered by a quiet unease. But the prophecy was buried with the log, a secret held tight in Althea's heart. Oeneus spoke no more of it, honoring his wife's resolve, and life in Caledon flowed on. Meleager grew from a babe to a boy, his cries giving way to laughter, his tiny fists to hands that grasped at the world with a hunter's curiosity. He was a child of the sun, his hair a mop of chestnut curls that caught the light, his blue eyes bright with a fire that mirrored the dawn, his spirit bold and unyielding. He chased deer through the hills with a wooden spear, climbed oaks with a grin that defied gravity, and wrestled with the palace dogs, his laughter echoing through the stone corridors. Althea watched him with a love that bordered on obsession, her green eyes tracing his every move, her hands never far from the key that hung at her throat. She taught him the tales of heroes, Heracles, Theseus, Jason, her voice weaving dreams of valor into his young mind, while Oeneus trained him in the arts of war, his steady hands guiding Meleager's grip on a sword. You'll be great, Oeneus would say, ruffling his son's curls, his pride a warmth that filled the palace. A warrior Caledon will never forget. Yet beneath their joy, a shadow lingered, the log, hidden but ever present, a silent thread tying Meleager's life to a fate Althea refused to face. She checked the chest nightly, her fingers tracing its lock, her prayers to Hestia and Themis, a whispered plea for protection. The fate's words haunted her dreams. When the fire claims it holy, and she woke with a start, her heart racing as she imagined flames licking at her son's future. She kept the secret from Meleager, shielding him with a mother's fierce silence, determined that he'd never know the doom that loomed over his cradle. Years passed, and Meleager grew into a young man of striking presence, tall and lean, his chestnut curls framing a face carved with determination, his blue eyes alight with a restless energy. He was a hunter without peer, his spear swift and true, his courage a flame that drew others to him like moths to a torch. Caledon prospered under his father's rule, its fields golden with harvest, its people content in their plenty, and Meleager stood as its pride, a son of the king, a warrior born to lead. But fate, like a river beneath the earth, flowed unseen, its currents patient and relentless. The log lay dormant in its chest, its blackened surface a silent promise, and the gods watched from above, their eyes fixed on a kingdom unaware of the storm to come. Meleager, bold and unbroken, lived in the light of his youth, his destiny a shadow he couldn't see, a shadow that would soon stretch long and dark over Caledon, sparked by a forgotten offering and a goddess's wrath. Caledon basked in the golden glow of late summer, its fields ripe with the bounty of a generous harvest. The sun hung low over the hills, painting the land in hues of amber and bronze, while the air buzzed with the hum of bees and the laughter of reapers. The kingdom had flourished under King Oeneus's steady rule, its granaries overflowing with barley, its vineyards heavy with grapes that promised wine to rival the nectar of the gods. The people moved with a quiet pride, their hands calloused from honest labor, their voices rising in songs of gratitude as they gathered the season's yield. At the heart of it all stood the palace, its white stone walls gleaming like a beacon, a testament to a reign blessed by peace and plenty. Meleager, now a young man in his prime, strode through the fields with the confidence of a hunter born to lead. His chestnut curls caught the sunlight, his blue eyes sparkled with a restless fire, and his lean frame bore the strength of years spent chasing game through the forests of Caledon. He was the pride of his parents, Oeneus's heir, Althea's joy, a warrior whose spear flew true and whose laughter filled the palace halls. The people adored him, their cheers a chorus whenever he returned from a hunt, his arms laden with deer or boar, his grin a promise of protection and valor. To them, he was more than a prince. He was a symbol of Caledon's vigor, a flame that burned bright against the horizon. But even in this golden age, a shadow loomed, a shadow cast by the gods, whose favor could shift like the wind. Oeneus, in his wisdom, had always honored the divine with offerings, his altars aglow with the smoke of sacrifice. Each year, as the harvest neared its end, he led a grand festival to thank the Olympians for their blessings. The palace courtyard filled with the scent of roasting meat and burning incense, the clatter of cups raised in toasts, and the chants of priests invoking Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Athena. The gods smiled on Caledon, their favor evident in the land's abundance, and Oeneus's heart swelled with gratitude as he oversaw the rites, his silver-streaked beard catching the firelight. This year, the festival promised to outshine all others. The harvest had been the richest in memory, the fields yielding grain enough to feed the kingdom through 2 winters, the vines dripping with clusters of deep purple grapes. Oeneus stood before the altars, his voice booming as he called the people to gather. "We owe this to the gods," he declared, lifting a golden chalice of wine. "Let us honor them with the best we have." The priests lit the pyres, offerings of grain, oil, and lamb sizzling in the flames, their smoke curling upward to the heavens. Meleager stood at his father's side, his blue eyes alight with pride, while Althea watched from the palace steps, her green eyes soft with a mother's love. her hand resting on the key that hung at her throat, a silent reminder of the secret she guarded. But in the flurry of celebration, a fatal oversight slipped through the cracks. Oeneus, caught up in the joy of the moment, directed the priests to honor the major Olympians, Zeus for the sky, Hera for the hearth, Poseidon for the rivers, Athena for wisdom, but forgot one goddess whose favor Calydon had long enjoyed, Artemis, the huntress, mistress of the wilds, and protector of the forests that ringed the kingdom. Her altar stood empty, its stones cold and bare, her name unspoken amid the chants. The oversight was unintentional, a lapse born of haste rather than malice, but to a goddess of Artemis's pride, it was an insult that burned like a wound. High on Olympus, Artemis stood apart from the revelry of her kin, her silver bow slung across her back, her dark hair braided with moonlight. Her amber eyes narrowed as she gazed down at Calydon, the smoke of the festival rising thick and sweet, but none for her. The forests she'd nurtured, the game she'd gifted to the hunters, the balance she'd maintained, all ignored, all slighted. They feast on my bounty, she hissed, her voice a low growl that rustled the leaves of the sacred groves below. Yet they scorn me. Oeneus dares to forget the huntress who guards his lands. Her twin brother, Apollo, paused his lyre, his golden head tilting with concern. Sister, it's a mistake, he said, his tone soothing. They're mortals, careless, not cruel. Let it pass. But Artemis's pride was a flame that wouldn't bend. She turned from him, her amber eyes blazing with a fury as cold as the moon. No, she said, her voice cutting through the air. They'll learn to honor me, or they'll pay. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned her divine power, her hands weaving a curse that took shape in the wilds beyond Calydon, a beast born of vengeance, a punishment to match their ingratitude. Deep in the forests, where the oaks grew thick and the shadows danced, the earth trembled as Artemis's will took form. From the undergrowth rose the Caledonian boar, a monster of nightmare and might, its size rivaling a hill, its bristled hide tough as iron, its tusks long and sharp as swords. Its eyes glowed red with a fury that mirrored its creator's. Its hooves tore the ground with each step, and its roar shook the trees, sending birds fleeing in terror. The boar emerged from the woods, a force of destruction unleashed upon Calydon, its path set by the goddess's wrath. The first signs of trouble came swiftly. Farmers tending the outer fields fled as the boar charged, trampling crops with a rage that left golden wheat flattened to mud. Shepherds cried out as their flocks scattered, the beast's tusks goring any creature too slow to escape. Villages near the forest burned as the boar uprooted homes, its bellows a thunder that froze hearts with dread. Word reached the palace by dusk, carried by a breathless messenger whose face was pale with fear. A monster, he gasped, collapsing before Oeneus's throne. A boar, huge, unstoppable, tearing through the land. Oeneus rose, his silver beard quivering with alarm, his steady hands gripping the throne's arms. From where? He demanded, his voice a mix of shock and command. What beast dares this? The messenger shook his head, his eyes wide. No natural thing, my king. The priests say it's divine. Artemis is doing. We forgot her in the rites. A hush fell over the court, the weight of the oversight crashing down like a stone. Althea stepped forward, her green eyes flashing with a mother's instinct, her hand clutching the key at her throat. Artemis? She whispered, her voice trembling. Why would she strike us so? Onias turned to the priests, his face hardening. Is this true? He asked, his tone sharp. Did we slight her? A gray-haired priest nodded, his hands wringing a scroll. We offered to the others, Zeus, Hera, all. But her altar stayed bare. She's taken it as an insult. Meleager, standing near the throne, felt a fire ignite in his chest. A hunter's thrill, a warrior's call. He stepped forward, his chestnut curls glinting in the torchlight, his blue eyes blazing with resolve. Then we'll fix it, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. I'll hunt this boar, kill it, end her wrath. Calydon won't fall to a beast. Althea's breath caught, her hand reaching for him. Meleager, no, she said, her voice sharp with fear. It's a god's curse. Too dangerous. He turned to her, his grin bold and unyielding. I'm a hunter, mother, he said, his tone warm but firm. This is what I'm made for. I'll gather the best. Warriors, heroes, and we'll bring it down. Trust me. Oeneus placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his pride warring with worry. You're brave, my boy, he said. But careful. This isn't just game. It's divine. Meleager nodded, his blue eyes steady. I'll make it right. For Calydon. For us all. Althea stepped back, her green eyes clouded with a dread she couldn't name. Her fingers tightening around the key, she felt the shadow of the prophecy stir. The log, hidden but ever present. And a chill crept up her spine. Meleager, oblivious to her fear, turned to the court, his voice ringing with command. Send word. Call the heroes of Greece. We hunt at dawn. The palace buzzed with preparations. But Althea stood frozen, her heart a battleground of love and terror. The echo of the fates' words whispering in the dark. When the fire claims it holy, the boar was coming, and with it, a fate she couldn't yet see. The dawn broke over Calydon with a blood-red hue, the sun rising like a warning over the hills, scarred by the rampage of the Caledonian boar. The palace buzzed with a restless energy as Meleager stood in the courtyard, his chestnut curls tousled by the morning breeze, his blue eyes blazing with a hunter's fire. His spear rested in his hand, its bronze tip gleaming, and his leather armor hugged his lean frame, a testament to the battles he'd won in the wilds. Around him gathered the greatest heroes of Greece, summoned by his call, a band of warriors whose names echoed through legend, their presence a spark of hope against the shadow of Artemis's wrath. Jason, leader of the Argonauts, stood tall with his golden fleece draped over one shoulder, his steady hands gripping a javelin. Castor and Pollux, the twin sons of Zeus, flanked him, their swords drawn, their faces mirrored in determination. Theseus, slayer of the Minotaur, hefted a club with a grin that defied danger, while Admetus, prince of Pherae, adjusted his bow with quiet resolve. Among them stood Atalanta, the swift-footed huntress of Arcadia, her bow strung tight, her dark hair pulled back, her amber eyes sharp, with a focus that silenced the murmurs of the men around her. She was an outsider to some, a woman in a warrior's world. But Meleager met her gaze with a nod of respect, sensing a kindred spirit in her unyielding strength. Oeneus emerged from the palace, his silver beard catching the dawn light, his voice a steady anchor as he addressed the group. You're Calydon's hope. he said, his eyes lingering on Meliger with a mix of pride and worry. This beast is no mere boar. It's Artemis's vengeance. Bring it down, and may the gods guide your hands. Althea followed, her green eyes shadowed with dread, her hand clutching the key at her throat as she approached her son. Be careful, Meleager, she whispered, her voice trembling despite her effort to steady it. This isn't just a hunt. It's a curse. He grinned, his blue eyes warm with reassurance, as he clasped her shoulder. I'll come back, Mother, he said, with the boar's head and a story to tell. Trust me. She forced a smile, her heart twisting as he turned away, leading the heroes out of the courtyard and into the ravaged fields beyond. The people of Caledon lined the path, their faces pale with fear and hope, their whispers a prayer as the band vanished into the forest, a line of spears and shields glinting against the dawn. The woods were a battlefield of Artemis's making, the trees splintered and uprooted, the earth torn by the boar's fury. The air hung thick with the scent of crushed pine and blood, the silence broken only by the distant rumble of the beast's passage. Meleager took the lead, his spear raised, his senses honed from years of stalking prey. Spread out, he commanded, his voice cutting through the stillness. We'll flush it from the thickets, drive it to open ground. The heroes fanned out, their steps cautious but swift, their weapons glinting in the shafts of a sunlight piercing the canopy. Atalanta moved like a shadow, her bow drawn as she slipped through the undergrowth, her amber eyes scanning for signs of their quarry. Jason and Theseus flanked Meleager, their strides bold, while Castor and Pollux took the rear, their swords ready to strike. The tension was a living thing, coiling tighter with each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig. Then it came, a roar that shook the forest, a sound like thunder rolling down the mountainside. The Caledonian boar burst from the thicket, a colossus of muscle and rage, its hide a bristling wall of iron gray, its tusks curved and deadly as scythes. Its red eyes burned with Artemis's fury, its hooves gouged the earth, and its charge was a storm unleashed, a force that shattered trees and sent the heroes scrambling. Hold! Meleager shouted, planting his feet as the boar barreled toward them, its bellow drowning his voice. Jason hurled his javelin, the shaft glancing off the beast's hide with a clang, while Theseus swung his club, aiming for its skull, only to stumble. As the boar swerved, its tusks slashing the air inches from his chest, Castor and Pollux lunged together, their swords striking sparks against its flank. But the blades barely scratched its armored skin, and a flick of its head sent Pollux sprawling into the brush. Atalanta reacted first, her bowstring humming as an arrow flew true, piercing the boar's shoulder where the hide was thinnest. It roared, blood streaming from the wound, and turned its red gaze on her, charging with a speed that belied its size. Meleager leapt forward, his spear thrusting to intercept, the bronze tip scraping its side as he drove it off course. Together, he yelled, rallying the others, as Atalanta knocked another arrow. Her amber eyes locked on the beast. The hunt became a dance of chaos and courage, the heroes weaving around the boar's fury like threads in a storm-tossed tapestry. Admetus loosed a volley of arrows, each one striking but failing to slow the monster, while Jason and Theseus flanked it, their weapons battering its hide with relentless force. Castor pulled Pollux to his feet, the twins rejoining the fray with swords flashing, their strikes a blur of precision. But the boar was relentless. Its tusks gored the earth, its bulk crushed saplings, and its roars shook the courage of even the bravest. Meliger darted through the melee, his spear a blur as he sought an opening. His blue eyes narrowed with a hunter's focus. He saw the boar's strength waning, the blood from Atalanta's arrow staining its flank, and shouted, "Now, corner it." The heroes tightened their circle, driving the beast toward a clearing where the trees parted, its path hemmed by their weapons and will. Atalanta fired again, her arrow sinking deep into its neck, and the boar staggered, its roar faltering into a guttural snarl. "Now, Meleager," she called, her voice sharp as she leapt aside, and he seized the moment. With a cry that echoed through the forest, he charged, his spear aimed at the beast's heart. The boar reared, its tusks slashing downward, but Meleager twisted, driving the bronze tip through its chest with a force born of desperation and triumph. Blood sprayed, the boar's roar choked into silence, and it crashed to the ground, its massive form shuddering once, before going still. The forest fell quiet, the air thick with the scent of blood and pine, the heroes panting as they gathered around the fallen beast. Meleager stood over it, his chest heaving, his spear buried in its heart, his blue eyes alight with victory. "It's done," he said, his voice rough but steady, a grin breaking across his face. "Kaladin's safe." Jason clapped his shoulder, his grin wide. "A fine kill, Meleager," he said, while Theseus nodded, his club resting on the ground. Castor and Pollux sheathed their swords, their twin faces mirrored in relief, and Admetus offered a quiet nod of respect. But it was Atalanta who drew Meleager's gaze, her amber eyes meeting his with a shared understanding, her bow lowered, but her presence unyielding. "You finished it," she said, her voice soft but firm. "But I drew first blood." Meleager pulled his spear free, wiping the blood on his cloak, and stepped toward her, his grin softening into something warmer. "You did," he said, his tone earnest. "This victory's yours as much as mine." He knelt beside the boar, drawing a knife to cut away its bristled hide, a trophy of their triumph, and held it out to her, the massive pelt glistening with sweat and blood. "Take it, Atalanta. You earned it." The gesture stunned the group, a ripple of murmurs spreading among the heroes. Castor frowned, his sword hand twitching. "The hide's the leader's prize," he said, his voice edged with disbelief. "You struck the killing blow, Meleager." Pollux nodded, stepping closer. "She's skilled, sure, but you're the prince. This is yours by right." Meleager rose, his blue eyes flashing with a stubborn fire. "I say she earned it," he replied, his tone firm. "Her arrow opened the way. I finished what she started. That's how I lead." Atalanta took the hide, her amber eyes steady as she met his gaze, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Thank you," she said, her voice quiet but strong, the weight of the pelt settling over her shoulders like a mantle. The others shifted uneasily, their pride bruised, but their exhaustion tempering their protests. The hunt was won, the boar vanquished, and Kaladin breathed again. But beneath the triumph, a seed of discord took root, its roots reaching toward a fate Meleager couldn't yet see. The forest clearing where the Caledonian boar lay dead was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the air thick with the scent of blood and crushed pine. Meleager stood over the beast's massive corpse, his spear still wet with its lifeblood, his chestnut curls damp with sweat, his blue eyes alight with the thrill of victory. Around him, the heroes of Greece caught their breath, their weapons lowered, their faces a mix of exhaustion and triumph. The boar, a monster born of Artemis's wrath, had fallen, its iron gray hide pierced, its red eyes dimmed, its reign of terror ended by their collective courage. Calydon was safe, and the hunt was won. But the moment of unity shattered as Meleager handed the boar's bristled hide to Atalanta, the huntress whose arrow had drawn first blood. The pelt hung heavy over her shoulders, its coarse hairs glinting in the sunlight, a trophy that marked her as much a victor as the prince who'd struck the killing blow. Her amber eyes met his with a quiet gratitude, her dark hair framing a face steady with resolve, and Meleager's grin softened into something deeper, a respect that bordered on admiration, a bond forged in the heat of battle. The other heroes, however, bristled at the gesture, their murmurs swelling into a chorus of discontent. Castor stepped forward, his sword sheathed, but his hand twitching at his side, his twin Pollux close behind. "This isn't right, Meleager," Castor said, his voice sharp with indignation. "You led us. You killed the beast. The hide's yours by right, not hers." Pollux nodded, his mirrored features hardening. "She's skilled. I'll grant her that. But a woman taking the prize, that's an insult to us all." Jason, ever the diplomat, raised a hand to calm the rising tension, his golden fleece catching the light. "She fought well," he said, his tone measured. "But tradition favors the leader's claim. Meleager, think this through." Theseus, leaning on his club, offered a gruff shrug. "I don't care who gets it," he said. "But if it's not you, Prince, it'll stir trouble. You know that." Meleager turned to face them, his blue eyes narrowing, his jaw setting with a stubborn fire that had defined him since youth. "I've thought it through," he said, his voice cutting through their protests like a blade. "Atalanta's arrow weakened it, gave me the opening. Without her, we'd still be bleeding in the dirt. She earned this, and I say it's hers." Atalanta stood silent, the hide a heavy weight on her shoulders, her amber eyes flickering between Meleager and the others, her expression unreadable. Admetus, adjusting his bow, offered a quiet nod of support. But the dissent grew louder as two figures pushed through the crowd. Plexippus and Toxeus, Meleager's uncles, brothers to Queen Althea, tall and broad, their dark hair streaked with gray. They bore the rugged look of seasoned warriors, their faces flushed with a mix of exhaustion and outrage. "You'd shame us for a woman?" Plexippus barked, his voice a growl as he stepped closer, his hand on his sword hilt. "We're your kin, Meleager, sons of Calydon, not some Arcadian huntress. That hide belongs to the family, not her." Toxeus spat into the dirt, his eyes blazing. "You're the prince. You don't bow to anyone, least of all her. Take it back, or we will." The air thickened with tension, the heroes shifting uneasily as Meleager squared his shoulders, his grin fading into a steely resolve. "I don't bow," he said, his tone low and dangerous. "I honor what's earned. Atalanta's one of us, fought beside us, bled with us. You don't like it. That's your problem, not mine." Plexippus laughed, a harsh, mocking sound, and lunged forward, reaching for the hide draped over Atalanta's shoulders. "Then we'll fix it," he snarled, his hand closing on the pelt. Atalanta twisted away, her bow rising instinctively. But Meleager was faster. He stepped between them, his spear snapping up to block his uncle's arm, the bronze tip hovering inches from Plexippus's chest. "Don't touch her," Meleager warned, his voice a growl, his blue eyes flashing with a fury that silenced the clearing. "This isn't a debate. It's done." Toxeus drew his sword, the blade glinting as he joined his brother, his face twisted with rage. "You'd turn on your own blood for her?" he shouted. "You're a disgrace." The words struck like a spark on dry tinder, igniting Meleager's temper. "You're the disgrace," he shot back, his spear shifting to meet Toxeus's blade. "Questioning me after I led us to victory. Step back, or I'll make you." The clearing erupted into chaos as Plexippus swung a fist, aiming for Meleager's jaw, and Toxeus lunged, his sword slashing toward his nephew's side. Meleager ducked, his spear arcing in a blur of bronze, striking Plexippus's arm with a crack that sent him stumbling back. Atalanta dropped the hide, her bowstring humming as she aimed an arrow at Toxeus. But Meleager waved her off, his focus locked on his uncle's. "Stay out of this," he snapped, his voice raw with anger. "It's family now." The heroes formed a loose circle, their weapons half raised, torn between loyalty to Meleager and unease at the escalating fight. Jason shouted for calm, his voice lost in the clash, while Theseus gripped his club, ready to step in if blood spilled too freely. Castor and Pollux exchanged a glance, their swords drawn, but held low, their allegiance uncertain. Meleager parried Toxeus's next strike, the sword clanging against his spear, and drove the butt of his weapon into his uncle's chest, knocking him back. Plexippus recovered, drawing his own blade, and charged, his roar a mix of fury and betrayal. Meleager spun, his spear thrusting with a hunter's precision, and the bronze tip pierced Plexippus's side, blood blooming red against his tunic. Plexippus gasped, his sword slipping from his hand as he fell to his knees, his dark eyes wide with shock. Toxeus screamed, a sound of rage and grief, and lunged at Meleager, his blade aimed for his nephew's heart. Meleager twisted, his spear rising in a desperate arc, and drove it through Toxeus's chest, the force sending both men staggering. Toxeus collapsed beside his brother, his breath a ragged wheeze as blood pooled beneath him, his eyes locking with Meleager's in a final, accusing glare before going dim. The clearing fell silent, the heroes frozen as Meleager stood over his fallen uncles, his spear dripping red, his chest heaving with a mix of exhaustion and horror. "What have I done?" he whispered, his voice breaking as he dropped the weapon, his blue eyes wide with the realization of his act. Atalanta stepped to his side, her hand hovering near his shoulder, her amber eyes soft with concern. But he shook his head, his gaze fixed on the bodies at his feet. Jason approached, his face grim. "You had no choice," he said, his tone heavy. "They attacked you, kin or not. They drew first." Theseus nodded, his club resting on the ground. "It's war's way," he said, "but this'll haunt Caledon." Meleager sank to his knees, his hands trembling as he stared at Plexippus and Toxeus, their blood staining the earth he'd fought to protect. "They were family," he murmured, his voice a hollow echo, the triumph of the hunt swallowed by the weight of his deed. Word of the fight raced back to the palace, carried by a shaken Admetus who'd volunteered to bear the news. The court buzzed with whispers as he knelt before Onius and Althea, his bow clutched tight. "The boar's dead," he said, his voice steady despite the strain. "Meleager killed it, but Plexippus and Toxius, they're gone too. He fought them, over the hide. They're dead by his hand." Oeneus's face paled, his silver beard quivering as he gripped the throne, his voice a rasp. "Dead? My brothers-in-law? My son's uncles?" Althea staggered, her green eyes wide, with a terror that cut deeper than grief, her hand flying to the key at her throat. "No," she whispered, her voice a choked sob. "Not this. Not him." The hall fell silent, the weight of the news a stone sinking into their hearts. Oeneus turned to his wife, his steady hands reaching for her, but she pulled away, her gaze distant as a memory stirred. The fates, the log, the prophecy she'd buried deep. "It's starting," she murmured, her voice trembling with a dawning horror. "The thread, it's unraveling." Meleager remained in the clearing, the heroes dispersing in uneasy silence, Atalanta lingering with the hide in her hands, her amber eyes fixed on him with a sorrow she couldn't voice. The blood of his uncles stained the earth, a curse unspoken but felt, a spark that would ignite a fire he couldn't outrun, tied to a log his mother guarded, and a fate he'd never known. The forest clearing where Meleager had slain his uncles lay cloaked in the deepening shadows of dusk, the air heavy with the metallic tang of blood, and the silence of a victory turned sour. The Caledonian boar's massive corpse sprawled in the dirt, its iron-gray hide a testament to the hunt's triumph. But the bodies of Plexippus and Toxius beside it cast a pall over the scene, a stain of kinslaying that eclipsed the glory of the kill. Meleager knelt between them, his spear discarded, his chestnut curls falling over a face etched with shock and sorrow, his blue eyes staring blankly at the blood on his hands. The heroes who'd fought beside him had dispersed, their footsteps fading into the woods, leaving only Atalanta to stand watch, her amber eyes soft with a grief she couldn't voice, the boar's hide still draped over her shoulders. In the palace of Caledon, the news of the hunt's aftermath struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the fragile hope that had lingered after the boar's defeat. King Oeneus sat slumped on his throne, his silver beard trembling as Admetus recounted the tale. Plexippus and Toxius dead, their blood spilled by Meleager's spear over a prize given to a huntress. The court stood in stunned silence, their whispers a low hum of disbelief and dread. But it was Queen Althea who felt the blow deepest, her green eyes widening with a terror that clawed at her soul. She staggered back, her hand clutching the key at her throat, her voice a choked whisper. "No, not my brothers, not by him." Oeneus reached for her, his steady hands faltering as he rose. "Althea, what's happened?" he asked, his voice thick with worry. "Meleager, he won, didn't he? The boar's dead." She shook her head, her dark hair spilling loose as tears streamed down her cheeks, her gaze distant with a memory she'd buried for years. "He won," she murmured, "but at what cost? My brothers, his uncles, dead by his hand. It's the fates, the prophecy. It's coming true." The king frowned, his brow furrowing as he stepped closer. "What prophecy?" he demanded, his voice rising. "What are you hiding?" Althea turned away, her hands trembling as she clutched the key tighter, her mind racing back to that night. The Moirai's words, the log, The fire she'd doused to save her son. When he was born, she said, her voice breaking. They said his life would end when a log in the hearth burned out. I stopped it, hid it, kept him safe. But this is the thread unraveling. Oneus's face paled, his hands falling to his sides as the weight of her secret settled over him. You knew, he whispered, his voice a rasp, all these years. And you never told me? She met his gaze, her green eyes pleading. I had to protect him, she said. He's our son, our light. I couldn't let him go. The hall grew still, the court holding its breath as Althea stumbled toward their private chamber, her steps unsteady, her heart a battlefield of love and vengeance. Oneus followed, his voice a desperate plea. Althea, wait, think this through. He didn't mean it. It was a fight, a mistake. But she didn't stop, her hands fumbling with the key as she reached the cedar chest, a relic of her family, its carvings faded, but its lock unyielding. She knelt before it, her fingers shaking as she turned the key, the lid creaking open to reveal the log, blackened, damp, a silent sentinel of Meleager's fate. She lifted it with trembling hands, its weight a burden she'd carried since his birth, and stared at it, her tears falling onto its charred surface. My brothers, she whispered, her voice a sob. My blood, gone because of him. Oeneus knelt beside her, his steady hands reaching for hers. He's your son, he said, his voice breaking. Our son. Don't do this. There's another way. Forgiveness. Mercy. She shook her head, her green eyes wild with a mother's grief and a sister's rage. Mercy? She cried. For the one who killed my kin. Plexippus and Toxius. They raised me, fought for me, and he took them for her, for pride. What mercy did he show them? The fire in the chamber's hearth crackled, its flames dancing as if sensing the moment. And Althea rose, the log clutched tight, her resolve hardening through her tears. The fates chose this, she said, her voice a hollow echo. I can't stop it. I can only finish it. With a cry that tore through the palace, she hurled the log into the fire, the flames leaping to embrace it, their hunger a mirror of her anguish. Back in the clearing, Meleager sat with his head in his hands, Atalanta a silent shadow beside him, her amber eyes fixed on the horizon where the sun dipped low. The heroes had gone, Jason to rally the others, Theseus to ponder the day's cost, Castor and Pollux to whisper of honor lost. But Atalanta stayed, her presence a quiet strength he couldn't name. I didn't mean it, he murmured, his voice raw with regret. They were family. I couldn't let them take it from you. She placed a hand on his arm, her touch light but firm. You fought for what you believed, she said, her voice steady. That's not nothing. Before he could reply, a searing pain erupted in his chest, a fire that bloomed from within, stealing his breath, his strength. He gasped, clutching at his tunic, his blue eyes wide with shock as he fell to his knees, the heat spreading like a tide through his veins. Atalanta dropped the hide, her hands grasping his shoulders, her voice rising in alarm. Meleager, what's happening? He couldn't answer, his body trembling as the flames within grew fiercer, his vision blurring with a light that wasn't the sun's. In the palace, the log burned bright in the hearth, its blackened surface cracking as the fire consumed it, each spark a thread of Meleager's life, unraveling. Althea stood before it, her green eyes fixed on the flames, her sobs a keening wail as she realized what she'd done. No, no, she cried, reaching for the log, but Ionius pulled her back, his arms a desperate shield against her despair. It's too late, he said, his voice breaking as tears streaked his silver beard. You've killed him, our son. In the clearing, Meliger's skin blistered, his body curling inward as the fire within raged, a mirror of the hearth that claimed the log. Atalanta held him, her amber eyes wide with horror, her voice a desperate plea. Stay with me. Fight it, she shouted, her hands clutching his face. But he slipped from her grasp, his blue eyes dimming as he gasped a final breath. Mother, he whispered, a name lost to the wind, and then he was gone, his body collapsing into ash and embers that scattered across the blood-soaked earth. Atalanta knelt beside him, her hands hovering over the ashes, her tears falling silent as the forest grew still. The heroes returned too late. Jason's cry of shock, Theseus's curse, Castor and Pollux' stunned silence. A chorus of grief for a leader fallen not to the boar, but to a fate he'd never known. In the palace, Althea sank to the floor, the hearth's glow fading as the log burned to nothing, her green eyes hollow with a mother's loss. Oenius stood over her, his steady hands trembling, his voice a whisper of despair. What have you done? He asked, but she had no answer, her sobs a dirge that filled the hall. Hours later, as night cloaked Calydon, Althea rose, her grief a weight too heavy to bear. She took a dagger from the chamber, a blade Meliger had once sharpened, and drove it into her heart, her body crumpling beside the hearth, her blood mingling with the ashes of the log. Oeneus found her there, his cries a thunder that shook the palace, a king broken by a fate he couldn't avert. The tale of Meliger spread across Greece, a hero who slew a beast, only to fall to a mother's curse, a warrior whose pride and love clashed with a destiny tied to a burning log. Calydon mourned, its fields safe but its heart scarred, and Atalanta carried the boar's hide away, a trophy stained with loss. The forest grew quiet, the boar's ruin a memory, but Meliger's name endured, a tragedy of valor, kin, and the unyielding will of the fates.